Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
It never dawned on me how much walking I used to do until I bought a house in the suburbs. Like when I'd say, I'm going for coffee, of course I was walking, but now it's like 3 miles and no latte's worth that. I find myself inviting people on walks with me like it's a scheduled activity. This morning, my neighbor asked me what I'm doing, and I actually said, I'm going for a walk with Nancy.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Welcome. I'm your host, and this is uNcomfortable.
Welcome back, my friends. Many of you may have noticed the addition of an ad placement in my most recent shows for Manscaped.com. I know ads can be annoying, but with support from Manscaped, it will help keep the lights on here at Uncomfortable Studio. If you'd like to help support the show, please take advantage of the 20% off and free worldwide shipping with the code uncomfortable22, all uppercase, at manscaped.com. That being said, I hope you guys are ready for a banger. Because back on the 15th of October, Tony Merkel from the Confessionals podcast invited myself and 2 of the 3 hosts from the Cryptids of the Corn podcast to converge on his studio in Tennessee and see if we could replicate some of the weird electronic issues that our shows have fallen victim to while interviewing Joel Thomas. You'll recognize Joel as one half of the music group Van Tesla, and more recently as a co-host on Kill the Mockingbirds podcast. What you're about to hear is a culmination of our efforts to make sense of and ultimately try to replicate some of the issues we've all faced in our recordings with Joel. I know it's a lot to get through, but my hope is, our hopes are, that this episode resonates with many of you interested in the spiritual and supernatural. I've been trying to wrap my head around all of the subtle and not so subtle things that transpired that weekend. So if any of you critical thinkers out there have any theories, questions, or possible answers, we want to hear from you. So please get a hold of me one way or another, whether it's on Instagram, Facebook Messenger, or an email at contact.uncomfortable@gmail.com. So if you're ready, let's get into this marathon swapcast hosted on the 15th of October by Tony Merkel at the Confessionals podcast.
Merkel Media.
This was all circulating around the base that a giant had been killed, but no one was supposed to talk about it.
I saw 3 long, bony fingers reach up underneath the door, curl up to grab it, and then disappear.
When he came over to me, dude, he slithered over to me.
And this giant comes out of the cave and they're all frozen. and he starts running and firing at this giant. Well, the giant moves. He's got a spear in one hand, and he's running really fast and spears Dan and holds him up like this. Somebody yells, shoot him in the face, shoot him in the face. They basically decapitate him.
Got closer. When he got about 15 yards away from me, I raised that 12 gauge and I blowed his head off.
I feel something pulling at my leg, and I look over and there are two small gray entities pulling at me. And they're literally, I'm getting pulled off the bed.
I reached my hand into this bush and I touched air. Couldn't breathe and I couldn't move because I know I'm seeing a monster.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, everybody. You're listening to The Confessionals. I'm your host, Tony Merkel. Thanks for being here. If you have a crazy, wild experience you want to share with me on the show, go ahead and shoot me an email. My email address is theconfessionals@theconfessionalspodcast.com. That's theconfessionals@theconfessionalspodcast.com. Or go to the website, theconfessionalspodcast.com. Hit the contact section. You can reach me that way as well. Either way works for me. Just get a hold of me. If you want to hear more shows on a weekly basis, go to theconfessionalspodcast.com. Hit the join button and become a member today because you'll get access to Thursday shows, which are member episodes, Tuesday shows ad-free, and the overtime segments when they are available. All that's waiting for you as a member to theconfessionalspodcast.com. And last but not least, go ahead and check out preparewiththeconfessionals.com. That's preparewiththeconfessionals.com. Get yourself emergency supply food and gear that will last you up to 25 years on the shelf. The food will, at least. The gear will probably last a lot less time because I think you're going to need it beforehand. Anyways, that's fear-mongering. I'm going to move back from that. If you are interested in any kind of food preparation, go to preparewiththeconfessionalspodcast.com. All right, today we have an interesting show for everybody because I have in-studio guests, and I actually have technically four podcasts outside the Confessionals in this room right now, but one of them isn't going to be on the mic today. But we have three other podcasts at the table here, ready to chop it up today because if people remember, a couple months ago, I came out with an episode called Rise of the Nephilim, and I had Joel from Van Tesla, a.k.a. Joel from the Kill the Mockingbirds podcast here in studio with Sean Chris. And Joel started talking about his experiences of weirdness when he starts talking about a certain topic he's been diving into and trying to understand the Nephilim and fallen angels, and he's breaking some grounds that he hasn't heard before. And every time he talks about it, weird things happen to these recordings that he's recording on for other people's podcasts. So it happened to me. It happened to Eric from uNcomfortable Podcast, and it happened to Justin and Jay from Cryptids of the Corn. And they are all here in studio with me because I told you guys on that episode that we were going to do this again. I was going to get all the guys here in studio, and we were going to knock this recording out in one shot where Joel can just go all in 100%, no time limits. He's going to go in on things, and we're going to get this done. Hopefully, we have a couple of different recordings here going right now in the studio as backups, and hopefully we can just get this thing done out to you guys and let you guys make up your mind and decide what you want to believe. But we have a very interesting conversation here for you today. That said, fellas, how you guys doing?
Living the dream.
Eric.
Tony, how are you? Good to see you.
Yo. What's up, Joel? So, listen, first of all, if you're sitting next to me, if I smell like a chick, it's because I used my wife, her body wash today. So I'm a little self-conscious. I keep smelling my wife. I'm like, why is my wife? I'm like, oh, that's right. No, yeah, I did actually.
You know, Ward, remember when Ward gave us absolute hell for that on the trip, the dog trip?
It exfoliates the skin very well.
It makes me feel great afterwards.
I'm not apologizing for that. But no, I ran out of body wash, and so I used my wife's, and I'm smelling her. I'm like, what the heck? And I'm like, these guys are going to think I smell like a chick, you know? But listen, guys, I appreciate you being here. I know the trip was a long trip for all you guys. Joel had the shortest one. Was it 4 hours for you?
Yeah, a little over. But
yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, we got guys coming in from out of state and stuff for this whole thing. And it's something that, I thought was important to do. And I thought it would be fun to do, interesting to do. And so I'm really grateful that you guys all thought the same. And so before we get into, the subject matter of the day and all that stuff, let's just go around the table and introduce ourselves to everybody. Obviously, everybody knows who I am, but I'll actually do it. Actually, let me rewind. I'll actually do that now because you guys are going to be broadcasting this on your RSS feeds as well. So when this drops, it's going to drop on Kill the Mockingbirds, it's going to drop on Uncomfortable, and it's going to drop on Cryptids of the Corn all at the same time. So, hi, my name is Tony Merkel. I'm a podcaster. I host the show, the Confessionals podcast, and I'm happy to be here today.
I'm Joel Thomas. I'm one half of the music group Van Tesla, which a lot of you know. I've been doing a lot of stuff with Tony, everything actually.
It's because you're a psyop and I'm a gullible guy. That's what people are saying. They're saying you're a psyop.
Listen, they tell my partner Sean Chris the same thing. Anytime he jumps on another podcast or whatever, you know, I'm a Freemasonic controlled op.
And the reason why they say that though is because you are a Mason.
Correct.
Yeah.
In the sense of I was.
No, you are. You never left, right? You're just not practicing.
I'm not practicing.
Right.
And I wouldn't go back at this point. So yeah, I don't know if there's ever a phase that you get out. I've talked to other guys that are in the same situation as me where they just left. You know what I mean? Like, once you've been through, you've been through. You can't take that part back.
Yeah.
So, and I get people that, especially in our world, you're going to be paranoid and leery. And I understand why people can be that way. But I also know that people can change and all that stuff too.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I'm also part of Kill the Mockingbirds with Sean Chris. We just talked about that too. I've been working with him now for 4 months. He had a podcast running for a while, but he was looking for a steady partner, and it just worked out. He and I do music together too, so it all worked out around the table on that one.
Yeah, before we move on to Eric here, I forgot to do this, and I'll have you do it too. My show, The Confessionals, what I do is I interview, and I hate the word interview. It's more conversation. I have conversations with people who've had paranormal encounters. They share it. We have a good conversation. And I personally strive to be having an environment on my show where it's like the Joe Rogan of paranormal. That's what I shoot for. Obviously, I'm not that, or else the world would know my name and I wouldn't need to introduce myself. But but that's kind of the format of my show. We open up the show and we have good conversation and let people decide for themselves what they want to believe. And a lot of people walk away with a lot of food for thought, and they're like, if that's true, then I have to realign how I assess the way I think about things, And so it really challenges people through conversation. I like that. So Kill the Mockingbirds, what do you guys talk about? What is the formatting?
I'd say we're probably the most different from the 3 podcasts here, or the 4 podcasts here. Sean and I do a lot of shows together. We break down topical evaluations of news during the week or things going on in the government. We do a lot of deep state dives and stuff like that. So we're very anti the system. You come over to our show, your butt cheeks are probably going to get tight.
Yeah, you're going to get offended at something.
They're going to get tight. And I'll be honest with you, we go against a lot of things, woke culture, a lot of things that people are scared to talk about. But we do delve into the paranormal, cryptids a lot. And we have a lot of guests on the show that talk about those topics too, because the one thing, and Sean is really good at mapping this out to people, one thing that we want to do is find the thread that ties it all together. The one thing I can't stand with people is when they believe one thing but cannot even open their minds up to the other side of it. So when we're talking about government conspiracies and a lot of that stuff, which he and I do really well, it ties into the paranormal. It ties into cryptids. All of that stuff's intertwined. We always laugh at people that are like, well, I believe in angels and then I don't believe in aliens, or I believe in aliens and I don't believe in angels. Like, it's laughable at this point because you're not giving your mind a space to be open-minded to a lot of stuff. And like I said, your butt cheek's going to get tight. It's like when I talk about flat earth and Eric gets tight. He's getting tight right now. He's getting tight right now.
Yeah.
He's ready to go.
Pushing my buttons.
Yeah. So because we're very open-minded. Like, and just for the record, I don't consider myself a flat earther. I give it about a 10% shot because I've never been to space one and I've never been to Antarctica, and that's the 2 places they talk about. And I also know that NASA's a lying sack. So at the end of the day, that's where I'm going to go with that. I'll give it that 10% shot. He hates that 10%. He's ready to squash it out. He's looking at me right now, ready to fight. But that's fine. But at the end of the day, that's what we do. We push buttons, and we don't do them just to push buttons. We're doing it because we want to push the framework of your mind to get outside of your matrix, because that's the issue. Everybody has their own little matrix that they're comfortable in. I think if your butt cheeks aren't getting tight twice a week, then you're not challenging yourself. And I think it should be.
How many episodes you put out a week?
We put out one a week.
So if people got to find one more show to tighten their butt cheeks,
or just find anything, something that's going to challenge the framework of what you think.
Yeah.
And one thing, and you know, Tony, like I put out a lot of reels on Instagram, and people get real tight with them, especially when I challenge the framework of the Bible. And I'm an absolute believer in the Word of God is the Word of God, but how you interpret it. There's a lot of ways to interpret it, and I think the supernatural aspect's been taken out of the Bible.
Yeah.
So I put that back in there, the actual supernatural, the fantastical that's supposed to be, talked about, the giants, the Raphaim, the Nephilim, all that stuff. And people get so worked up with just any nuance that doesn't work out with how they think that the Bible works. Listen, like if you're getting hot and mad, don't get mad at me. Go look it up. And after the fact, you look it up and you still don't think it's true. Cool. I'm cool with that. But I'm just challenging people because I challenge myself all the time. And I'm telling you, like, I'm wrong a lot. But you know what? I learn something every time I'm wrong. I don't get mad about being wrong. You should be happy about being wrong. Matter of fact, you learned something today.
Okay. So come off. Because this whole episode you're going to be preaching. So let's don't you dare take that long introducing your show. Go ahead, Eric.
I'm Eric Slodgy. I'm the host of uNcomfortable podcast. Just a little over a year and a half. Coming up February will be 2 years. Paranormal, everything under the umbrella of that. You can find me at uNcomfortable Eric. That's the easiest way to search the program. There's several uncomfortables out there. So, you and I were talking about this earlier in the afternoon. And when I decided to start doing this, one, I've had a love of paranormal and the weird for the majority of my life. And, years ago, when I started listening to your show and I started listening to Wes Germer with Sasquatch Chronicles, I found myself listening to them talk to their guests, listening to you talk to your guests. And I realized that I've been steeped in this stuff so long that I had good knowledge about the variety of things that were being talked about. I was not like, oh, I think I can be a podcaster because I like ghosts. That wasn't it. It was something that I found myself listening to other shows. And not saying I could do it better, but I was on par with every guest that I heard, and I was on par with the majority of the intellects of the hosts to be able to do that myself. And at one point, it just hit me, and it's like, I've been spending so much time with this stuff. Why not give it a shot? And it got some legs. And then you were gracious enough to have me on your show. And
I'm looking at it right now, episode 464, The Bigfoot, the Witch, and the Dog Man is what I called it. I didn't know what else to call it, but
that pretty much covered
that was a pretty legendary episode 464. And just to let people know, Joel was episode 331, The Devil's in the Music. Joel is the one that I've been playing outro music for on our show for better part of a year at least now. And I'll just let everybody know while I'm on the topic, Eric, Cryptids of the Corn, the podcast that I did with them hasn't been released yet. You will hear it in a few weeks from now, but it's a goodie.
And the last thing I'll say is, a huge thanks to you and a thanks to all the listeners for supporting the show, my show, your show, Kill the Mockingbirds, and Cryptids of the Corn. The interesting thing is that Joel's been on your show. I've been on your show. Now, Justin and Jay have been on your show. Joel's been on my show. Justin has been on my show. I've been on Justin's show. Joel has been on Justin's show, but you have not been on my show.
I haven't been on their show either. I'll be on your shows. Did you invite me on your show?
Not yet.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean,
I'm doing the setup.
It's very possible that you invited me on the show. I'm like, yeah, bro, just get back to me in like 3 months. I'm really busy. Because I guarantee you there's probably 24 podcasts right now listening that heard that line. They're like, because they reached out to me like in the beginning of the year. I'm like, I'm in the middle of moving. And then I moved and they're like, ready to go? I'm like, actually, I'm not even in my studio yet. And then I get my studio, like, ready to go? I'm like, actually, I'm catching up on work. Hit me up at Christmas time. Like, it's. But I want to go on people's shows. It's just literally, it's crazy right now.
It is crazy.
So yeah,
it is crazy. So yeah, I mean, just big thanks to you and thanks to the listeners. And
I'll tell you, and we'll. This is going to be probably a really long episode, so people are just going to. But before I forget, Christian, can you just keep an eye on the counter of time there? And I don't know if it says how much time is left on the SD card, but if we start getting close to that time, just let me know. I think we have probably about 4 hours of audio on this thing. But we can explain why that was even relevant in a second. But I'll tell you what you guys, kind of what I was talking about earlier stuff, which is just, I was fortunate to become friends with Wes from Sasquatch Chronicles very early in my podcasting career. And between Wes and my now good friend Sam Tripoli at Tinfoil Hat Podcast, those two guys both have much bigger shows than I have. And their example of promoting good people, not good podcasts, because that's to the eye of the beholder of the listener, but good people, and just allowing not trying to hog a spotlight and understanding that this isn't a competition. And in all reality, like Eric, if you thrive, it helps me. Whether I like you or not, it helps me, because when people are looking for your show, there's a good chance they stumble across my show, and vice versa. So it's one of those things where it's not a competition. And I want to have my ship in the same bay as your ships, because when the rising tide comes and Eric's blowing up, or Joel's blowing up, or Jay and Justin are blowing up, and their shows are getting bigger than mine, I'm going to be really glad that I was friends with you guys and I was kind to you, because I could be like, yo, man, like, yo, you have like 1 million followers now. Can I come on your show and do an episode with you? and hopefully you're like, return the favor, you're like, yeah, man, of course. You know, so I like you, but it's all selfish why I help people.
And you say that, and my response to that to you is going to be something that last night you kind of refuted. But I'm going to say it anyway, because, you know, I've tried, you know, anybody who's listened to the episode that I did with you will realize that I dealt with a lot of negativity for a long time in a situation.
Yeah.
And I make the choice now to surround myself with good, positive people. And when I say I feel you're a good person, it's because of the actions that I've seen you in your relation to me. So I'm going to say I like being a part of that same bay because you're a good person. And what you do for other podcasters by letting them come on your show, that's a huge thing. So I know you don't like being told that you're a good person because many people don't know you. But
exactly,
I think you're a good person for the things that you've done.
My thing is, it's the gauge thing, right? So you could like somebody and say, that's my friend and we get along great. And that same person, somebody else is like, I can't stand that effing guy. Why? Because it's the gauge, right? And so when it comes to goodness, it's all about the gauge. And I'm like, I'm good compared to who? Compared to what? The guy who murdered people? Sure, maybe. But there's always somebody gooder, right? And that's when we were talking. We had a very deep, I think, spiritual conversation where maybe it was just me just ranting yesterday. I don't know. I walked away thinking, did I get too preachy? I don't know. But in that conversation, my whole point was, I think the only true pure platform, like example of goodness would be Christ. And so compared to that, I suck. So when people are like, you're such a good dude, I'm like, yeah, but you don't see me when the microphone and the camera's off and I'm having a bad day and I punch a hole through a wall because I didn't know what else to hit. You know what I mean? Which hasn't happened in a couple of years, but like, but in the reality is like, you know, like for example, I'll say on the show at times, or I'll be having conversations with people, you know, that I have a very short fuse, and I do. And people are like, I can't imagine you getting mad. I'm like, you just spend a week with me, you know? But people, that's the thing. I mean, as podcasters and stuff, people hear an hour, 2 hours of our week, you know, and they're left to draw conclusions. So they're like, I can't imagine getting angry because you haven't heard me get angry. And so anyways, before we get too far off topic, hey, Cryptids of Corn. Last but not least, how you guys doing?
The dream. I'm Justin. I am 1/3 of our show. Jay's sitting over here in the corner. He doesn't want to say anything.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, I'm one of these loser podcasters that only have 5 microphones in the studio. I should have had 6. So,
but our show, we like to say where we're scientific thinking and magical thinking meet. Jay is definitely much more of the magical thinker, and I was a biologist for a while, so I try to bring the biology and everything we do. We cover the small cryptids, big cryptids. We have interviews on. We just cover fun topics with it. Like an episode we did phenotypes and genotypes with Bigfoot. So it's the science with Bigfoot just to kind of help mix them in together. Yeah, that's pretty much what we do, right?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys being here, everybody, actually. And so let's get into the meat of the show before we, tickle each other's fancies too much longer and say how great each other are. This topic that we have been toying with for a while has all been circulating around Joel and what he's been diving into. And every time he talks about it on somebody's show, things go haywire technology-wise. And so what we're going to do today is we want to recap what has happened on people's shows leading up to today. We're going to do it briefly. But then after that, we are going to go into Joel and let Joel take over the show and share in depth what he's thinking, how he views all this stuff. And we're going to have a good conversation. And then afterwards, we're actually going to talk about some new developments as far as weird, bizarre, crazy things that have been happening to us in the last 24 hours. You guys all had weird experiences coming down that correlated with one another, and you guys didn't ride together. Right. Eric might have gone through, well, no, not even might have. He definitely had lost time. I mean, he set out to have an 8-hour ride and turned into an 11-hour ride, and recalling what happened is hard. But entities have been seen, people have been touched in the last 24 hours, and we'll get into that after Joel shares everything. So I guess what we'll do is we'll start off with Joel and Cryptids of the Corn, right? Is that how you want to do it?
Eric, that's where it started, was with me and
Eric.
Oh,
that's right.
Uncomfortable. Yeah. And I'll kind of let Eric take it to start with, because he and I will talk back and forth about what happened to us there, and then we can jump to what happened with Jay and Justin and I next, for sure.
Well, Joel came onto the show for the 3rd time, and the first two episodes that we did together, we didn't have any real problems at all that were notable that I can remember.
Yeah.
And fairly recently, within the last 2 months, he came back on for the 3rd time, and we'd been talking about it for a while. We came up with this name, Portal Babies, and I think it was even prior to Salt Fork State Park Bigfoot conference.
No, for sure.
And we finally get to the day to record, and I've got a Rodecaster Pro. I've got good equipment. We're using Zencaster, and we get connected, and immediately I've got a very low pulsating vibration that is audible in my headphones. And I'm asking him if he can hear it, and he can't. And, the first, 5 minutes of my recording, I hadn't even turned his mic on yet. I wasn't even bringing his voice into the feed yet. And I was struggling trying to figure out, I've used this equipment in the same place, in the same outlets, with the same wiring for, an upwards of 90 shows now. And I never had this problem. And I looked over at the Rodecaster, and I was just like trying to grab in my mind, do I wiggle a cord? Do I, what do I do? And as I was looking at the touch screen on the Rodecaster, it started to vibrate left to right. The screen, the image on the screen started vibrating. And I said something about it. It was, I think I even left it in the beginning of the episode. Finally, I took a line out of a movie or a guy from TV, and I'm like, F it, we're going live, So I just brought him in, and he starts talking, and then all of a sudden I'm getting, not only do I have this pulsating low vibration in my ears, then I'm hearing a clicking. And at first I'm thinking that he's not very cognizant about being on a microphone, and he's like clicking maybe a ballpoint pen or something. And then the more that I kept hearing it, it wasn't like a pattern that was perfectly spaced out. There'd be like click, 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 click. And the more I kept hearing it, it started to remind me of like in 1989, I had a Mac Quadra 850 or whatever it was. And the mouse that it came with had a very, very hard, distinctive click. And that's what it was sounding like. And I thought, well, maybe he's doing something on his computer while we're trying to do this recording. I'm just picking it up on the mic, but he's using a laptop and it's got a touchpad, and silent keys on it. So, I'm telling him about these things and he's not able to hear it. It's not coming through on his end. And ultimately, when the recording was done, it didn't come through. It wasn't noticeable on the recording at all. It was all stuff that I was getting audibly, but, so like I said, we were using Zencastr throughout the course of 90 minutes of recording. Yeah. We got booted off of the Zencastr,
10 times
server 10 times.
Wow. 10 times.
10 times.
Just so the audience knows, anybody listening, Zencastr is like Zoom. If you're familiar with Zoom, only it's a program. It's not a program. It's a website. And there's these websites that are popping up now. I use Riverside FM, which is like Zencastr. But what it is it records if I'm the podcaster and I have a guest coming on there in California, it'll record that guest and me, but it will record my video and audio locally on my computer, and it will record their video and audio locally on their computer. And when we're done recording, it will automatically upload their audio to the cloud over to me, so that it's not their audio isn't traveling through the internet getting compressed where I recorded on my end. So it gives a better audio purity. And I think that's important because this is supposedly a new superior type of technology than Zoom, and you're having this issue.
Yeah. It's not localized to just one of us,
right?
It's happening to both.
Yeah.
So at about the point where, because we got past the audio stuff that I was dealing with, in my headset, but he gets to the point where he starts talking about Hitler and his passion for the occult and the things that he was doing, and the Hillary Clinton with the emails that WikiLeaks let out, and then the the subject of the Nephilim bloodlines and stuff, and soulless meat sacks, being possibly being created by our government. That's when the multitude of us getting kicked off of Zencastr started happening. And, so we got through it. There was a lot that was going on there. And, taking into consideration that I've done 90 plus shows and I've used the equipment over 120 times, with the other little bonuses and stuff that I've done. I never ran into anything like that. I look at that Rodecaster almost, religiously throughout the recording with every interview I do. And I've never seen that screen do that vibrating back and forth. But we make it through. And then, Joel needs to send me his portion of the recording. And
just, I'm going to interject real quick. I was also recording on my end so he could have a clean wave just of me.
So it sounded like we were both in the same studio.
It's beautiful.
For the best listener experience, right?
Yeah.
And he goes to send me his audio track, and it's in two parts. And I get the email, and I was actually in the car when you told me that you sent it to me. And I said, okay, when I get home, I'll check. And I got a notification on my phone that I got an email from Joel. Got home, went to retrieve that. And, like I said, we were 90 plus minutes, and I got 2 emails, and each one of the wave files that were in the emails were 20 minutes even.
But I sent him two separate wave files, because when we got cut off at that Clinton piece, I had stopped recording and I started re-recording again. So I had it in 2 parts. So one part was 28 minutes roughly. The other one was a little over an hour.
Yeah.
So what you sent him was not what he received, is what
Exactly.
you're saying. So you upload a file.
Two files, because I sent him both parts.
To what though? What's
one was around 28 minutes.
But how'd you email it? How'd you email it?
I think Dropbox was the first way.
Dropbox or Drive. I can't remember. It was one of the two.
And then you had to do it a second and a third time. And finally, when you did it through Drive,
That's probably what it was.
I was able to retrieve the entirety of his recording.
But both of them showed up at 20 minutes flat, which neither file was 20 minutes.
Not like 20 minutes and 3 seconds or 20 minutes and 27 seconds, 20 minutes each. 20 minutes, period, each.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
So, I mean, that's pretty much the entirety of what happened. I mean, I could go into all the little idiosyncrasies that happened throughout, but that's the basis of the brunt of the thing.
So the website that was giving the dropping website that was giving the issue was Dropbox, right? That's what you're saying? With the 20, you were getting 20-minute audio files from Dropbox link?
When the recording was complete and he was sending me his full audio so that I could stitch it together, I received an email and it had 2 files in it, and each file was 20 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
When we recorded for an hour and a half, give or take a little. So once I finally got the full thing on the third set of emails, and I think finally it was through Drive that I was able to get the whole thing. Gotcha. There was one that was 28 minutes and the other one was like an hour.
Okay.
So
it was odd because both the files that I sent him that said that were 20 minutes flat, they were 2 separate files, and it was 2 separate recording pieces, but they were just cut off at 20 minutes a piece, which neither of them were 20 minutes. And like he said, it wasn't like 20 minutes and some change or something that would make sense as a recording. These are 20 minutes flat.
And what was really odd though is so I was running the interview, right? But you started the Zencaster, right? So I was doing the recording. He sent the invite to me to start the Zencaster recording.
No, you did. You sent it to
me. Did I? But
yep,
you were the one. Okay. But you were the only one that was seeing the errors when we were getting kicked off the server.
Right. Correct.
I didn't know what was going on. He kept reading to me whatever and I forget what the error said.
I can't remember at this point either.
Where we're getting bumped off the server.
Okay. So that was the initial issue.
First incident.
And so you're like, weird.
Correct.
But
we didn't think too much into it now.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, we're talking like, okay, technical issues.
Right. I mean, I'm going to go a little bit further because it's me. So I'm thinking a little bit. I got the grin on my face afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
He's not happy, just like the rest of you weren't. But he's, and I'm thinking too, I was like, hey, at least I recorded on my end. So you're going to be good. But then that happened, and I'm like, that's weird. But whatever. I sent it to him, and he ended up getting it. So we got through that. In my head, I'm thinking something, but again, one time, I'm not going to go too deep with it. I'm going to think it's odd, but whatever. We live in this space. All of us do. We know, there's coincidences. There's things that aren't something. You can't put a tag on everything, right? But then I get to Cryptids of the Corn, and it gets a little crazier. So I'll let Justin get into that.
So basically, we had you on for like an hour 15. It was pretty normal, talking about Dogman, the Dogman documentary.
Right.
And it was fine. It was normal. And then you start getting into stuff, and our complete system shut down. But it wasn't the outlet, because the computer's hooked up to the same outlet, and the computer was still on. The recording, so we used the Zoom PK4, which has a battery pack in it to prevent those things. So basically, you can run on that battery for 4 hours, and it should have just seamlessly transferred. It completely went out, and it would not come back on until I unplugged it and plugged it back in. And thank goodness it saved the audio up to that point, because that's like, I don't know what happened, because it just, everything went black. And I actually called Zoom, the company, and they swore up and down that shouldn't be possible. We had bad, that specifically it was made for those situations when you lose power, so you don't lose a recording, or so you don't have to stop recording.
Mm-hmm.
The battery pack's 4 hours. We've never used it before. We never had to use it.
Justin, let me ask you, go back real quick. At what point, what was the discussion about when you had and am I asking you that because you're struggling? I can see you're looking back into your memory.
I know when we switched.
I went back to the episode and I listened to it, and specifically Joel was getting into the meat sack theory. And the government making meat suits for fallen angels to inhabit, to take over the world, and as well as fallen angels disguising themselves as aliens to leverage against humankind.
Because we talked about Dogman forever. Not one weird blip, not one thing. And then it was pretty much immediately after we switched. And it was freaky because at first I'm like, in my head, I'm like, okay, I lost the breaker kicked or something. But I'm plugged into the outlet with the computer. I wouldn't see Joel. I wouldn't have anything else if it was the outlet. And I'm thinking, well, this is impossible. Literally, we bought the Zoom PK4 for that reason. So like when we go to conferences and stuff like that, we don't have power, we can still record for, 4 hours. And it works fine. And it really wouldn't turn back on, would not respond, wouldn't do anything until we fully unplugged it, gave it a little bit, plugged it back in. And then we said, all right, we're not talking about that anymore. And then we were fine. It was truly...
Oddly enough, we had no plans of getting involved with this part of the conversation. This was just about my trip with you guys to Kentucky and the Dogman documentary. We'd been talking about doing this for several months. And I don't know where it divulged. I think it had something to do with Jay, because Jay always has to get on some weird stuff, which I'm always willing to do. And I don't know how we got on it. It just shifted. And then as soon as it did, that happened, which then my brain starts dinging a little bit back to what happened with Eric. And I'm like, well, maybe there's something going on here.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, after that incident, you talked to me about it. And I don't want to hijack. Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I jumping too far ahead,
Eric? No, I guess let me just interject here because at a point during my interview with Joel, there was some thought that, there's much like he had his TikTok taken down. It's like, is he saying something that's affecting an algorithm that is recognizing that he should be shut down? Is even to the extent where, a 3-letter agency or
such conspiracy theorists.
Yeah. So, but it does enter into your mind. And then, my dad was in the military when I was a young kid. And I remember there was a point shortly before he was hit and killed by a car at 50 that there were certain phone calls that would come to the house where he would put a recording on the landline because there were certain conversations that he felt necessary to record. And I remember that there was a clicking because at one point I had a phone in my bedroom and
Dad be recording.
I would put my finger on the thing, lift the handset up, and then slowly lift up so I could hear it. And I remember hearing a click every so often during that. So I'm thinking, wiretap is, my mind's just running the gambit of, but then, you, I guess, go into yours and I'll have something to follow up with after that.
Go ahead, Justin.
I did remember the other thing. We had a dog scratching on our door when we were recording. Remember, Emily was hearing it.
Yeah.
And we have 2 dogs. One was in the cage and the other one stays in the living room. It's that 9-pound dog, Clarice, that's ancient. But so all of our podcasts, so there's like 3 doors to get to the studio. And normally she'd have to open all 3 of them. We'd have heard her come in. But then we just like, dang it, she's scratching. I'm really hoping that's not picking it up. I'm like, I don't poke Emily. And I'm like, we'll go, just try to silently get her out. She's asleep in the living room and none of the doors are open. So it's not the dog. And other stuff was happening. We kind of blew over it because we're just like, then like 2 minutes later, it's like everything goes black.
Yeah.
That was the other thing. I'm glad I remembered.
So with all that stuff happening, and me and Joel, we talk a lot. I mean, you and I do the films together. You're working on music. Every time you have a new song. By the way, I did listen to that song you sent me the other day. I don't know if I told you, but it's good.
Oh yeah, GTA.
Yeah,
yeah, that comes out in 2 weeks.
Cool. Well, actually, that would be the week that this drops, I believe.
Yeah.
Anyways, so we talk a lot, and you're telling me about this stuff, and listen, I'm like, okay, bro, like,
he did actually do that, guys. For everybody that's listening, he laughed at me. And he did. And I get it too, because we joke around a lot anyway.
Yeah.
And he knows I go to the first extent first.
And I, again, we were talking about this earlier stuff. People thinking they know you, kind of thing. Like I know I have fun, great stories and stuff, but when it comes to I don't like reading into things a whole lot, especially when it's close to me. If it's somebody on the other side of the country and they're telling me a story, I'm all about reading into it. But when it's one of my friends, it's like one step away from me. I'm like, let's pump the brakes for a second. Let's make sure this is crazy and not just something normal, But I was just like, okay, yeah, And you said that you were going to talk about it here. And I was like, well, let's just see what happens when listen, you're going to be in person. This will be the first time you talk about it in person with the podcast. And, I have my whole system here set up and, no internet connections and all that crap. And I didn't honestly, I didn't even really think a whole lot about it while we were recording. I know I didn't really think much about it. And I didn't expect.
I thought we were cruising through. I thought we cruised through nicely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good conversation. I wasn't thinking about any technical issues. I wasn't. It just wasn't on my radar because I did not expect anything to happen at all. I just thought I was pumping out a great episode. It was a good episode, but unfortunately, the second half, people couldn't hear the audio like they do now. They had to hear the audio off of two camcorders I had running, which I was thankful that I had going because I don't have them going right now. And people are like, why aren't you? We have another recording here. Don't worry. But, well, after that recording, I get up and I see that the recording stopped. And I was like, actually, let me rewind here. Before we even sat down to record, I actually, the day before, got my new supercomputer. I don't know what else to call it. I got a new computer for the media company. We're doing the films. We needed a computer that was capable of really pumping out films. And so I was changing up the studio in here, and I went to go get to plug everything in, and my mixer stopped working. And I'm like, what the heck? Like literally, it was working. I unplug it from one computer and I go to the next computer and it stops working. And I remember I was mad. I was mad. And so I recorded it to when you came down, we set up Rodecaster Pro, just like Eric has, exactly the same model Eric had. I set up the recording to go to the SD card because I couldn't figure out why my Rodecaster Pro was not communicating with my new computer. It was not communicating.
Now I'm starting to think about that too now.
So yeah, it wasn't communicating with the new computer. I plug it back into the old computer. It wasn't communicating with the old computer. It was working. It was working fine. This is what I do. I'm here every day in the office working. It was working. I go to set up the new computer. I plug it into the new computer. It's not reading it. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Are you telling me I just bought a huge computer that my Rodecaster's not going to work with? Like I was pissed, right? And then I got to the point I was like, okay, well, let me just plug it in the old computer. I'll just use that and I'll figure it out later because surely I'm just missing something. It won't work on the old computer now. And I'm like, so you're telling me my Rodecaster just doesn't want to communicate with any computers now? And so I'm like, okay, well, I'll record it to the SD card, and I don't have much experience doing that, but I'll do it. And so we record to the SD card, and the conversation goes well. And we get up, and I remember Sean was sitting where Eric is. You were sitting where you were, and I walk over and we're like, oh, that was good, and standing up, putting the chairs in, and I'm like, son of a minute. Like, I was like, what? The recording stopped. The recording stopped working. It stopped recording. And we're sitting over here at the table, and over at the workstation over there is probably about 8 feet, 10 feet away from us. The mixer board is sitting there. The computer's sitting over there. We can't see the mixer board. We're just assuming you hit record. It was recording. It's still recording. It stopped recording. So so I go and people that listen to that show, what I say it was called, Rise of the Nephilim. You'll hear halfway through that show, the audio changes, and you hear me and Joel kind of it's like one of my commercial breaks, and I tricked you because it wasn't a commercial break. It was actually me and Joel coming in the next morning talking about what happened the day before, and we were trying to prep people for the transition of the audio quality and all that stuff. But you hear the rest of the show off the camcorder audio. But what's interesting is where it stopped recording was where, Eric? I knew you have it right there in front of you.
That's where Joel was getting back into the meat sack theory. The government making meat suits for fallen angels. Joel was discussing grays, demons, possession, essentially going right back to the same topic that he was hitting on when he was with me, and the same topic he was hitting on with Justin and Jay.
Yeah. And so, and this is where I want to take the opportunity to kind of migrate this into what I'm thinking right now. And we'll talk about this more after you share what happened last night. So I don't know how you guys are thinking, but I personally am not viewing this as a CIA operation. Maybe, but I don't think so. I think what we're dealing with is Joel's hitting on sensitive information that the spiritual realm is aware of and hears him talking about. I get the sense that Joel saying the things he's saying is like if you're in a dark room and all of a sudden something starts glowing and you see it. I feel like in the spiritual realm, Joel is saying something that's making him glow bright red. And all of a sudden, they're like, what? And they go, right? And so I'm not saying Joel's summoning something, but what happened last night, and we'll get into that later, I get the sense that, because I was feeling like something's trying to break this communication off, I'm starting to get the sense that when Joel's hitting on a certain topic, it's attracting an entity or entities, but whatever it is, I think is pretty powerful. And it's draining electronics around us because of what happened yesterday. And we'll get into that later. But I'm getting a sense, and I could be wrong, and you guys can have your own opinions and stuff. But for me personally, I'm getting the sense that when he says certain things, it's like a calling card. And not that he's trying to summon something, but by giving whatever he's doing the attention, it automatically comes. And when it comes, it just drains the electronics around us. Or whatever it is trying to cut off the technology for information purposes. But if that's the case, why are we still able to get the communications out? Like, you would think it would have killed the camcorders too. It's not like, I mean, if these entities are as all powerful, then you would think that, well, they would know the camcorders are running too, So
you got a combatant going there too, though. Don't forget the other side of it.
That's true too. Yeah.
Can you let me backtrack on what you're saying here real quick? Because I want to address this because, there's a lot of people out there like to believe in conspiracy theories, right? Government, CIA, algorithms that are, designed by Facebook or YouTube or whatever to shut down specific type of speech. So here's the thing about that. In order for, I want you people to think about the massive logistics behind anybody or any organization trying to shut us down from talking to Joel through our equipment. First of all, what would be the most likely way to stop a conversation between me and Joel?
Power outage.
You pay an electrician $1,000 and say, hey, I need you to cut power to this house on such and such day. First of all, they have to know that I'm going to interview Joel on such and such date.
Which means they're constantly invading your privacy just to know when you're going to talk to Joel Thomas.
Right. Who, God, Joel, I love you. You're a good guy, but you're not that important.
You're not that.
I'm not.
You're not him, Joel. You're not him.
You know,
I feel like that meme with that one guy. Yeah. It's like, you're not that guy.
You ain't him,
you're
bro.
Not that guy.
Here's the thing. I've got a friend. Okay, everybody's got a friend, right? I got a guy, right?
Guy. Here we go.
So I got this friend, and of everybody that's sitting here at this table, there's only one person here who is at a level that is on a low level wait and see watch list. And that's you, Tony.
Oh, me.
You.
I was just going to
confirmed. Okay.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because of you or anything you've done, but potentially because of somebody that you are in contact with.
Yeah.
So, that being said, the logistics to have a group of people who knew in advance that I was going to purchase my equipment from Sweetwater Electronics, and either there at Sweetwater or during the delivery process to intercept my package, put something in my Roadcaster that would make electronic malfunctions while I was, and that would have to be activated only at the time that I was talking to Joel. Think about the logistics behind that. It's ridiculous to think that that's possible. Same with you. Did they put a kill switch inside your Roadcaster Pro just because on the third or fourth time that you decided to interview Joel, they were going to kill your podcast?
No. And I gotta say on the Roadcaster Pro, I gotta tell people, so just so they understand, I didn't say this, that Roadcaster Pro is sitting on a shelf behind me, not being used because it is no longer operational.
Instead,
I literally had to buy a brand new Roadcaster. And that's what we're using right now.
Right. And also, now the similarity is that you and I both use the same equipment, right? But Justin and Jay, their equipment is completely different.
Yeah.
You know, so how would they have known that they were going to purchase that equipment, intercept that package on the way to deliver to them, and do something to its electronics to be able to shut it down while they're talking to Joel?
Now, I want to say this too, and I've said this to all three of you. I never once thought this was government at all. As a matter of fact, I've come to every one of you and I said, I know what this is, with a grin on my face. And I mean that in the sense of, I'm not smiling because of what's happening. I am sort of, but I know that I'm getting closer to the truth. And I want to specify this too. I'm not a theologian. I'm not an expert either. I just think that in me digging, I'm slowly putting some threads together that other people haven't yet. The Legos are in front of me and they're fitting. And I think I've still got a ways to go, but I think they're starting to fit in a way that hasn't fit for other people yet. Because again, back to what I said earlier, I try to tie it all in together: government, paranormal, all of it. So I think it's all tied together. And I think it's a spiritual component that literally like encompasses all of it. So when you're talking about government, when you're talking about aliens, you're talking about all that, there's a spiritual aspect that encompasses the whole thing. It's the gel that throws it all together. And I think by me starting to do that, I think this is what's causing the issues, because there are entities that don't want this information to come out. I mean, that's a lot to do with it. But I do agree with you completely. I don't think the government part's at all viable.
Well, and I bring that up because there is going to be some segment of the people that listen to this going to be like, it's the government, you know. But going back to what you said at the end of that statement was, you know, this is, and we'll get into some stuff that I think everybody's going to have a hard time getting past as far as this not being a spiritual thing. But I think you got to look at it from two different sides. You know, because it's my belief that, you know, you've got good spiritual teams that are with each one of us, you know, whether it's a guardian angel or, you know, good spirits from, you know, whether they're family members or whatever that are looking over all of us. And then there's also the dark side of entities that are trying to create havoc and chaos and disrupt things.
Sucking your leash out.
So what are we dealing with here? Are we dealing with good entities who are trying to keep Joel from saying something that's not true? Are we dealing with good entities that are trying to draw more attention by doing these things to what Joel is saying because they're true? Are we dealing with dark entities that are trying to keep Joel from saying what he's saying because they don't want the truth out? I think that's why I think what you decided to do with us here is to hammer this out and try to find the direction that this is coming from is so important. Because I don't think Joel would necessarily sit here knowingly trying to say something that wasn't true. But maybe, for instance, maybe he's being influenced. Maybe his mind is being influenced by dark entities, and good spiritual entities are trying to stop him from saying what he's saying because maybe it's not factual. Maybe it's taking attention away from something else.
Eric's trying to act like I'm a meat sack.
No.
I appreciate what he's doing because he's presenting all sides of the argument, and I think it's important to do that. Like, I want the audience to know that, like, we're not coming to the table trying to push any specific agenda other than the fact that Joel has been digging on an issue, a topic, and it seems like every time he talks about it, weird things happen. And it happened again yesterday. And so
big time.
And so from our computers glitching to my roadcaster needing to get replaced to our commutes to get here, all that stuff, it seems like it's important enough for us to try to put this transmission out to the people all in one shot together, and see what happens. And we're not trying to push anyone. We don't want you to think yes or no on the CIA. We don't want you to think yes or no to the good entities or the bad entities. We're not telling you. We're just presenting the information per tradition of this show, the Confessionals. We present the story, we present the information, and it's your responsibility to think for yourself and decide, what do I think? And that is very countercultural today. We're not telling you what to believe. In a world where everybody's saying, please just tell me what to believe, we're saying, no, think for yourself. We're giving you information, and we don't care what you land on, where you land. Just make make up your own mind and decide for yourself. It's life is very fun when you start thinking for yourself. So,
I think that at this point it warrants saying this because each one of us in our respective podcasts at one time or another, multiple times, have encouraged critical thinking. Okay. We encourage our listeners to be critical thinkers and to take a hard look at what we're talking about, who we're talking to, and what their stories are. And if that was ever more true, what's going on here, this has got to be at the pinnacle of that critical thinking.
So with that said, I think we laid a good hour groundwork. I don't know how long it's been. Christian, how long have we been recording? Does it say on the Pro? 57 minutes. So that's a 57-minute introduction to the topic of the day. No, but like I said, this was going to be a long podcast. We did need to lay the groundwork. And anybody who is complaining about it, go pound sand.
Kick rocks, yo.
After the podcast is over, though, this is important information. You should listen to it. We're going to start the transition into the next phase of the podcast, which is Joel. I yanked the soapbox out from underneath you earlier. I'm giving it back to you now, bro. Get back on that soapbox. The stage is yours, and we want you to start talking and sharing about. I guess what we should do is, one, just do whatever you want to do, but maybe lay the groundwork as to how, if you even remember, how did you start coming across this information? What was how do you remember what was starting to make you connect certain dots? And then what are these dots you're connecting that is this information? Just take us away, make this This is now the Joel Thomas monologue section of the episode. We're here to listen to you. We'll interject when we feel like we have to ask questions, but this is your part of the program now. So take it away, bro.
Man, I really don't even know what started it. I think really just the theories of and I want to say theories, but the theorization of what happened to the Nephilim and who they were, their impact on society, why they're in the Bible, just a handful of times. Why, when you go to the book of Enoch, they're talked about a ton. You look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, the book of giants, there's a literal book of giants. A lot of the tablets were broken, so they had to try to piece what they could together. We're going to get into the book of giants today, too. But what is their impact going to be for the future? Because that's something that people don't think about. Giants were a huge part of the antediluvian and post-diluvian epochs. And suddenly they vanished. Outside of what we hear in the cryptid world of red-headed giants and places where people go very remote, where there is, like the giant of Kandahar, stuff like that we all know about.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I started doing was I started reading some of these guys that are experts at this stuff. L.A. Marzulli, Gary Wayne, Genesis 6 Conspiracy really put me down a ton of rabbit holes because the way that he wrote that book, he has like 90 plus pages of index in the back with all the places he got the information from so you can go down these rabbit holes. And me being a Freemason, so much to do with Nephilim is tied into Freemasonry and ultimately started with the Brotherhood of the Snake, which is the oldest secret society. It's the one behind the veil, behind the veil, behind the veil, behind the veil. It's what started with Cain. It's what started with his son Enoch. Evil Enoch, who, get your butt cheeks tight, wrote the book of Enoch. And I'm going to break that down a little bit harder today because we just barely touched on it last time with you. And I want to delve into a little deeper because I know a lot of people are like, oh my God. So he said one thing wasn't right. And so the whole book of Enoch, we got to throw out now. No. There's multiple things in the book of Enoch that don't line up and add up. And what I did before I came here, I reread Enoch again and really just matched it up to some things in the Bible, matched it up to some things that when it comes to fallen angels seems to align in that aspect of why I think that the book of Enoch at least partially wasn't written by the Enoch that we know. I'm open to the idea I could be wrong, that maybe some of it is, because we don't know how that book was put together when they brought it down, when they were pulling the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that. We don't know. I do know that Lucifer's biggest game is deception and tricking people. And the easiest way to do that is to make something look like good, make it look like light, make it align so closely to the truth that people buy into it. But before you know it, they've taken their focus off of God and where it should have been all along. And I think that's where we're at right now. I think in society right now, that's what's happening. We're back at that place. We're getting closer to that end of that antediluvian world, which I believe technology was vastly superior than it is now. We're moving back towards it, though. Our technology is pretty good. And behind the scenes, it's a lot better than we know.
For sure.
So we're getting back to that point of us ascending into godhood. Because I think that is what the mark of the beast is eventually going to be. I don't think it's an actual mark per se. I don't think it's some sort of barcode. Back in the day when I was growing up as a kid, that was like the thing you would see on the chick tracks, like the barcode in the back of a neck or whatever. Yeah. Like when they're coming for you to tattoo this on your neck, run. You know what I mean? It's not going to be that way. They're going to present it in a way that's going to be very attractive for you.
Almost like fruit from a tree.
Almost like fruit from a tree. From a seraphim, by the way, it wasn't a snake. We'll get into that a little bit too, about Lucifer and what he was as an angel too. The seraphim are like the top level of angel in the Bible. They're the ones that were closest to God. And Lucifer was like right hand. And it makes sense that Adam and Eve walking through the Garden of Eden, if a being that they're used to seeing came up to him and started talking, they weren't thinking anything about it. Now, granted, maybe if a snake came up to him and started talking, it might look a little weird to him if they hadn't used to seeing that. So I think that makes a little more sense. And seraphim are very serpentine, which is going to play into this Nephilim thing as well. And the Brotherhood of the Snake, because that's where we're going to start today, is the Brotherhood of the Snake. And I barely touched on it last time I was with you. I haven't touched on it at all with you guys, because it all starts with that first secret society and why that secret societies are what they are today. Why are they? People know Freemasons, Rosicrucians, all of these groups, Knights Templar, we can go through history, Illuminati, all of them. What makes them feel like they need to exist? One, why do they want to exist? And why do they want to keep secrets away from other people in society? You know, what is it about the elites that make them feel elite? You know, people go to money and power. Well, they got more money than us. They got more power than us. That's why they feel like that we're less than them. It goes way deeper than that. And it ties into this aspect of Nephilim and what I encompass as my portal baby theory. That's kind of what I've coined it as.
Portal babies, baby.
Portal babies, baby. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with the Brotherhood of the Snake. I'm going to give you the company line first, though, because the company line is what people, when they look up the Brotherhood of the Snake, there's not a lot of info on them. Not initially, anyway. There's a company line that's given of what they are. They're also known as the Dragon Court, by the way. This is going to tie into the Dragon bloodlines that we're going to get into. There is 2 Nephilim bloodlines, by the way. There is the Dragon bloodline, which is the patriarchal. And then you have the fairy bloodlines, which is the matriarchal, which that would mean, if you don't know what matriarchal is, that's male and female. The thought pattern is that from the patriarchal bloodline, the dragon bloodline, that's where the Antichrist will ascend from. So we're going to get into where this actually kind of started popping up in history with the Brotherhood of the Snake. We're going to get into where it actually started, but I'm going to start a little bit with, what was going on. It started in pre-Diluvian civilizations. They say Atlantis, some of these places it did, but it did trickle down through Egypt. So a lot of what you hear of the Anunnaki from Sumerian culture, they protected this Brotherhood of the Snake. What it really was, it started with Cain. So where they say that that if you dig, they say it started in Egyptian culture. It really didn't. It started way further back than that. It actually started with Cain. So
Cain being
son of Adam.
Okay.
So we all know who the sons of Adam initially were. We have Cain and we have Abel. And we know what happened with Cain and Abel. Cain didn't give God what God wanted. Abel did. Cain was jealous and he killed Abel. So Cain was cursed. But Cain didn't. He never said he was sorry. He never wanted to ask for forgiveness from God. So his whole issue was he wanted to create something bigger than God outside of God. And part of what Freemasonry is built on is the 7 sciences. Now, the 7 sciences are what you would call the liberal arts: grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, geometry, which is the 5th one, and that is the tenets of Freemasonry, music, and astronomy. These were taught to Adam in the garden by God. And he taught them to Adam in a way that we couldn't understand today. This is where all this technology and where all that came from back then. Because when God gave this to Adam, and Adam eventually gave it to Abel and gave it to Cain, it was a knowledge and understanding of the way that the universe worked in a way that God understood it. And angels understood way before that. So Cain took those 7 sciences and began to corrupt them with fallen angels, by the way.
So Cain was working with the fallen angels.
Absolutely.
To do this. Okay.
Absolutely. So if you know anything about the fallen angels, Lucifer got jealous. My theory is, and a lot of people talk about, he got jealous because we were created. We got to think he's a seraphim. He's like the right hand of God.
He was that dude.
That dude. And they said when he walked, he made music. And I think that's why music is so deceptive these days, because he really takes hold of that aspect of it.
And where did the archangels, where did they come from? Where was there in the...
Like the hierarchy?
Yeah.
They're actually at the bottom, which is pretty crazy. So it's really crazy when you think about it. You've got three divisions of angels and 9 choirs. So the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones are in that first kind of category. They really hang out with God, next to God. You do hear about them showing up in biblical scripture, but not a lot. You know, they're just they don't intercede for humans really. They're not part of that pantheon. When you get down to like the third section, that's where you're going to get your archangels at. And archangels are actually one step up above like your guardian angels, or your just kind of like lower tier angels that really intercede for us or on like day-to-day basis. Archangels like Michael, Gabriel, these guys that show up in the Bible, they're warriors. Don't get me wrong, they're not like weak and they can battle, but they're not in the same pantheon as these like really upper tier guys. So when I say that Lucifer, knowing that God's creating us, and in the Bible, it says that we will judge the angels.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine being Lucifer and hearing that news, right hand of God, and you hear he makes, for lack of a better word, meat sacks, who to him are like, are you kidding me? This is going down?
I hate that term. Meat sacks. Meat sacks, man. It's just, that is such a horrible, horrible term. And I have, again, this is no disrespect to you or your theory. I have a hard time believing or understanding or wrapping my head around that with as omnipotent as our creator is,
mm-hmm.
that would even be possible to create a life that has no soul, that is predetermined to be a vessel for.
I think you went off. No offense, but I never said that. I'm saying what Lucifer feels at this point.
Yeah, what he's saying is Lucifer, the angel, is looking at us just like, these are literal meat sacks. There's nothing special about them. There's no, like I make music when I freaking walk, bro. These dudes can't freaking barely walk alone. Like he was like basically saying, like, look at these freaking dumb apes, and you're telling me they're gonna judge me? I make freaking music when I walk. Like, bro, you know what I mean? Like, who are these meat sacks to judge me? That's what you're saying, right?
Exactly.
Okay. But you've used meat sacks in our conversations
mm-hmm.
as like an empty, like being produced as
Correct.
an empty vessel for demonic entities to
mm-hmm.
inhabit. And I have a hard time wrapping my head around that God would allow that to happen.
Okay.
You know,
so
just
now-
because it's such an affront.
I'm just using it as a
to him.
derogatory term of how that Lucifer in that anger moment would view us as a very derogatory
I
term.
apologize.
No worries.
No apologies.
At all. There's no apologies. This is all open conversation. So, you know, he got angry about that. Takes 1/3 of the angels, started what we've been digging into more, the angelic wars that may or may not have happened on Mars. There's a planet that I know of called Rahab that is in between Mars and Jupiter. If you know anything about the asteroid belt there's an odd asteroid belt with a bunch of rocks. The term Rahab is used in the Bible 11 times. And if I'm correct, 5 times it refers to Rahab with the walls of Jericho. The other 6 times, it's hard to decipher. It almost seems like it's a place. So some theologians believe that was a planet called Rahab that Lucifer set up shop on when he got kicked out of what we would consider heaven or another dimension, heavenly place. So there's a lot that happened before humans were created. We talk about 7 days of creation. What were 7 days? What was the time period there? We don't know. It says the earth was without form and void. God doesn't start something and doesn't finish it. So this goes into what some people believe the old earth and the new earth.
So I just want to state before we go too much further here, so the audience understands that they're listening to people who believe, and I don't want to speak for anybody, so if I'm wrong on any of you guys, but for me, and I know for you, Joel, we believe that, like, I believe the Bible. I'm a Christian. I believe what the Bible says, but I do believe that God being omnipotent and omniscient, so big that I don't believe every act, every decision, every essence of God is encompassed in the Bible. I believe that he gave us what we needed in the Bible for us. But I believe that there's so much more to God. And I think that I personally don't look at the Bible as an all-encompassing history of God and creation and everything that ever happened. It's just the information that God wanted us to have for us to come to the salvation moment through Christ. I believe that the Bible points to Christ. And so that doesn't mean that everything God ever did or ever thought or ever the essence of why he does certain things. For instance, and I don't want to hijack, I'm just going to go
fine.
here.
Go ahead.
Because you might go to this later. Psalm 82, God held judgment amongst other gods. So in the Hebrew, it says Elohim held judgment amongst the Elohim. There's no way escaping that it's God holding judgment amongst other gods. But if you take that and you're like, okay, so what does that mean? There's not a whole lot. But clearly there was the decision made that there was going to be this hierarchy. But it's like, I just personally, and this is where the faith side comes in. We were talking about this last night. Like, I walk a lot by faith, and I just trust that God gave me what I need to come to Christ as my Savior. But I believe that there's so much more to God that we just maybe I'm having a hard time drawing out what I'm trying to say. Does it make sense though? What I'm trying to say?
No, I think it makes perfect sense because, you know, we had this discussion last night. I told you I believe in God, I believe in Christ, but my thoughts differ from you as far as the Bible and everything, you know. So I think it's important to understand that book was given to man based on our intellect at the time, which was not what it is today. It may have been higher in some aspects, but lower in regards to the technology that we consider high technology now. The technology back then may have been much different and much better, but we don't know we haven't figured that out. Right. So I think I think the language that was used and the things that were handed down to people, to humans, to us living on this world, were done in a way that was the only way that we would be able to understand it how many thousand years ago. You know, our intelligence levels now, I think, are above what we were back then.
I don't agree with that. I think that our technology, I think we use more of our brains back then. One thing you're not thinking about the Bible and stuff, that stuff was written post-Diluvian. We're talking about after the flood. We're talking about after all of that crazy technology in Atlantis and all of the Sumerian stuff and even the pyramids. I think the pyramids were before the flood too. So, you know, and I'll tie that into Enoch as well. So, you know, the flood didn't knock out the pyramids. It just didn't. Matter of fact, we don't even know how old the pyramids are. That's what's so wild. We go to try to date it. We don't know. So I will agree with you halfway that when these things were written, I think that technology had been wiped off the planet. I think that whole era of pre-flood was gone. It was a reboot at that point where we started over again. That's why we're where we are now. But in no way, no fashion are we now as highly advanced as we were before the flood.
100% agree with what you're saying. I was getting at from the time the people received the word of God.
Okay, I can agree with that.
We were beyond the higher technology that came before.
Sure, I mean, like for instance, the science of the time that Paul was writing the New Testament, 75% of the New Testament, the science that he understood is not the science that we have today. Mm-hmm. We have far superior science. I'm sitting next to a scientist. Justin is a scientist himself. I didn't mention that earlier, but I wanted to say Justin is a certified genius. And he when you listen to his podcast, you're going to hear that he's a very smart man. So
yes, he is.
He's a biologist and he's here with us monkeys, just dragging our knuckles around. He's just like, you guys. That's why he's just sitting here quiet, not talking, because he's like, these guys are idiots. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut, though.
Come to Cryptids of the Corn. I'll tell you the truth.
There you go. So anyways, go ahead, Joel.
Yeah. So to jump back a little bit to this Brotherhood of the Snake thing, I want to tie this into Freemasonry again. I want to always run this through Freemasonry, because Freemasonry, the tenets were built through Brotherhood of the Snake, and Freemasonry is just a thread that holds every single one of these secret societies together. Now, Freemasonry is a initial step into these worlds. So, yeah, you step into this world, you may get to step into a different world. You may get an option to go here. You know, it's like the first, you know, for lack of a better word, like people would say that weed is a gateway drug. Well, I think that Freemasonry now is a gateway drug into the deeper aspects. Yeah, you got people going to Freemasonry and they kind of stop there. They're kind of, I'm cool, I'm in a fraternity, I like the perks of maybe getting out of a ticket here and there because my buddy who's in there too is a cop or whatever, and I get that, and it's brotherhood, and we, you know, do a fish fry once a month and we help the community out. That's generally what you're going to see. About 95% of the guys there that's what it is. You know, and that's why, you know, Freemasons hear me talk get really worked up, because it's those guys. It's not the guys that are involved with things. It's going to be those guys that get mad about it. But a lot of these, so when you start dealing into, we're back to the seven sciences, there's two legends. You've got Anderson, who's James Anderson. He was in the early 1700s, and then you got George Oliver, who was in the late 1700s to early 1800s. These guys wrote these documents, these constitutions for Freemasonry. In these documents and constitutions, they were the ones to tie Enoch, because a lot of what Freemasonry is built around is Enoch. Now, these days, they will tell you that it's Enoch who walked with God. They want to align themselves with that side of Adam, that Seth side of Adam. They don't want to align themselves with the Cain side. These two guys in their constitutions that they broke down, and guys, you can go find this. It's very easy. Just look up James Anderson, type in Freemason, George Oliver Freemason. and hit PDF after it. You can Google it. You can find their PDF file. You can find the PDF files of them and their writings. And they break down how that it was Enoch, son of Cain, is what all of their tenets are built on. This is what they're trying to protect, is this line. And why are they trying to protect this line, right? Why is it? Now, we know Tubal Cain's a big part of Freemasonry. Well, if Tubal Cain's a big part of Freemasonry because his father was Lamech, who these guys were right before the flood. These are the ones that were deep into the Nephilim part of it, because the Nephilims came during the 7th generation of Cain. 7th generation of Seth is when the Nephilim come into the picture, when the sons of God laid with the daughters of men and they created the Nephilim. So this is happening for about 3 generations to the 10th generation. By the 10th generation, these Nephilim have gotten into the Seth bloodline, and we're down to like just Noah. We're down to just Noah, and God comes to Noah, and he's basically like, look,
bro.
Yeah, he's like, look, man, you're perfect in my eyes, and I want to specify that. He didn't mean that he was perfect in his heart, in the sense of he was just like holy, like perfect. No, his DNA was perfect. He looked at him because he had untainted DNA. At this point, antediluvian world's out of control. We got chimeras all over the place. We got griffins. Angels are going wild. These fallen angels are going nuts. And when you think about the hierarchy of angels, seraphim, cherubim, thrones, you got dominions, you got archangels. It's the classic as above is below. It's the same thing. You got them on both sides. When they left heaven, the 1/3, you got all of those that left too, all the different sects. They had their hierarchies as well. Think about cherubim had the face of an ox, the face of a man, face of a lion, and the face of an eagle or a bird. So if they're mating with humankind, and the thought pattern is that when they would morph, because angels could, and the book of Enoch talks about it, how they would take human form, cherubim could take one of the 4 forms. So what if they took like a lion form? This is where you get some of your cultures where you've got lion men, and you've got these ox-looking men. Justin, we were talking about the dog men that had a city in Egypt. It was a whole dogman city in Egypt. So you had all this craziness going on, plus technology's out of control. They're using genetic modification. They're manipulating DNA. Sounds familiar?
No.
They're doing all this. So also, what's really crazy, the Book of Giants talks specifically, and I've got it right here, the Watchers have their own families with humans and also with animals. So they're not only out here getting with humans, they are trying to corrupt every single bit of God's creation. So when we talk about cryptids, am I saying every cryptid? But there's a good theory that some of these cryptids are the copulation of angels and animals.
And even to go another level with that, to maybe the conspiratorial round, one of you guys was talking about, I think it was you, Joel, earlier, how the more you diving into the conspiratorial, the more the paranormal twines into it.
Mm-hmm.
I've said this probably from day one with my show. I believe the higher you get in these elitist realms, the closer you're getting to the paranormal. And I believe that not only are we dealing with these creatures that might be remnant of Nephilim type fallen angel interactions, but also we're dealing with world ruling elite type people who have access to sciences, who are also trying to recreate these creatures for their own purposes. And that's just my personal thought process on certain things. I don't even know if you're going to go that direction, but I think that there are people in this world who are aware, like what you're talking about today and stuff. I don't think you're the only person that knows this stuff. I think there's very powerful people in this world that know this stuff, and they're like, let me get a piece of that action.
For sure. And I think that for people that want to get tied in with the elites that aren't part of these bloodlines, we're going to get into what these bloodlines are in a little bit, but that aren't, they want to saddle up to it because there's a certain power to it. It's like that old movie with Roddy Piper, They Live. You guys ever watch that movie? The classic.
Yeah.
I watched it again recently.
A week ago.
Yeah.
I did.
And me too, as a matter of fact. And the thing with that movie is when he gets to the end and he runs into these, not really the elites, not the reptilian people, but the people that are working for them. He's like, man, just relax. He's like, listen, we're all doomed, but if we work with them, we can get paid. We can live a comfortable life. We're not going to be here forever, but while we're here. And I think there's a lot of those people too. That's where you get celebrities. That's where you get a lot of these athletes that are good athletes, but they get bought in. People in general, even people that are running corporations. They're told, hey, we're going to need you to put these ads out. It's going to promote this. Might be against what you feel, but you can get paid. Just look at your bank account, and we're going to make this simultaneous through, all the big corporations. We see it all the time. Every month we've got a new quote unquote month of something. And what happens? Every corporation picks up whatever that is and starts promoting it.
Mm.
We won't talk about what those are, but people can read between the lines. Everything is a coordinated agenda to tear us down. And there's people just like you and me that aren't part of these bloodlines, that aren't attached to these people per se, but are working for them. They don't care about you, don't care about me. They're off themselves. And they're going to continue to do this as long as they're getting paid, as long as they're part of that team. It's attractive. I get it. I used to think like that. But at the end, you're left empty.
Mm-hmm.
Big time. But we're going to swing into Enoch here because I know Tony loves that.
I love it.
Yeah, so the book of Enoch is an interesting book. I would say in the percentile of truth that's in the 90s, for sure, it lines up with a lot of things in the Bible. I think that it breaks down what the fallen angels did with womankind to create these giants that became the men of renown. It kind of shows some of their motivations, and it names some of them too, Azazel, some of these guys. One thing about the book of Enoch, though, I noticed, there's no mention of Satan or Lucifer, really. Not much, if at all. It's all about this group of fallen angels that go and do this on Mount Hermon and create these Nephilim. That's one thing that came up to me kind of odd. The Bible's pretty adamant about Satan, Jesus calls him out a lot. He's definitely on the mind of God in the Bible. He wasn't much in this. Why? I think he'd be masterminding this whole thing. That was a red flag to me. The one I've talked about before is Noah. So in the book of Enoch, it says that the angel told Noah how to build the ark. In the Bible, it says that God told Noah how to build the ark. I went through and I was reading Enoch and I wanted to pinpoint that. And also there's been iterations where it says that the angel actually helped Noah build the ark too, which I think is just non-canonical. Didn't happen. I think even in the Russell Crowe, they had the angels come help him build it, which that is very Freemasonic, by the way. Tubal-Cain's in that. And Tubal-Cain, they say in that Tubal-Cain got on the ark, which Tubal-Cain is from Lamech's line. He's from this awful line of Cain. So that's very Freemasonic because Tubal-Cain was the builder. He took what Cain did as a builder that went to Enoch, who was kind of the ultimate builder and created hieroglyphics and all this. But it went down to Tubal-Cain, and Tubal-Cain is what Freemasons talk about. They talk about him a lot. So it makes sense that in Hollywood, Tubal-Cain's glorified in a movie about the ark, and you've got quote unquote fallen angels helping them build the ark. I think it's really odd, right? And I did some reading into that movie with Russell Crowe, and they did say that they used the Book of Enoch as a hardline basis for making that movie. That's another red flag. But there was something that really hit home to me, and I don't know if anyone's talked about this with Enoch. There isn't a lot of Enoch talking to God. It's a lot of Enoch talking to angels. A lot of angels interceding, giving messages from God to Enoch. The Bible's pretty specific about Enoch walked with God. Literally was walking on the planet with God, talking to him. He walked so closely with God in, as we understand it now, as people like us would, he basically just walked into another dimension with God, left the earth. There is a lot of angels glorification in the Book of Enoch. Lots. And that just seems very fallen angel to me. This glorification of angelic creatures. Matter of fact, when Raphael comes to Enoch and tells him he has to go tell the fallen angels on Mount Hermon that they're doomed for what they've done, God's thrown them in the pit, and he's coming for a reckoning. Enoch goes and talks to fallen angels. All fallen angels are remorseful, crying, wailing. They want Enoch to intercede for them. And he does. He goes back to God with kind of like a written statement from the fallen angels to talk to God, to tell God not to do it. So you're telling me a guy that walks so closely with God, that knows God knows him. In the book of Enoch, he didn't really talk to God too much. He hears it from an angel. He goes talk to these angels. These angels convince him to go back to talk to God. It's a lot of stuff doesn't add up.
Yeah. You're absolutely right in that sense. For somebody who walked with God, for him to be portrayed in the Book of Enoch as a character that is able to be manipulated and not manipulated, but if you're walking with God, how much access do these angels have to get you to think it's a good idea that you should intercede on their behalf? It's a very good point. And I don't know how people are feeling right now with what you're saying, and I don't care. I find it very interesting, and I want people to understand what you just said a few minutes ago, because I think that it's a huge key in this. You said that you believe the Book of Enoch, there are true parts of it, and I think you said even up to maybe 90% of it's true. But what you're talking about is deception, right?
Yeah.
So like if this is being written by angels and they're trying to deceive, they're not going to be like 100% all of it their own story. They're going to intertwine the deception because that's the goal, to deceive. And you don't want to make that deception so obvious.
There's a sympathetic tone to the fallen angels in this too. Very sympathetic tone. It never really goes into, why they left God. It just says that they did. And then again, Enoch is interceding for them, which is so weird to me. But then it's also weird that he constantly is talking to Raphael, constantly talking to Gabriel, constantly talking to Michael, and they name off several others. And he's constantly talking to these guys, but he's never really, when he does see God a few times. Do you know when he gets in God's presence, he bows his head because he's before the Almighty? One of the angels tells him to raise his head. And he doesn't have to do that. You're talking about a guy that walked closely with God. God wouldn't have told him that. Also, a guy that walked so closely to God, he wouldn't have needed to do that anyway. And it's like the angels take him on these trips, show him the universe. It is an absolute glorification of angels. The entire book is. It is a book of, you almost feel like the angels are more powerful than God. That God's just a figurehead that's sitting on a throne that's sending them out to do his bidding.
All the action is with the angels.
Correct. Which I absolutely believe that God has a hierarchy, and he does have angels that are emissaries and all that. He ain't doing all of it. He could do whatever he wants. But I think angels have free will just like we do. And I think he
clearly
loves to see, what they do and how they operate. The ones that love him, that jump in. I mean, there's a verse in the Bible, and I cannot remember off the top of my head. Ward brought it up to me the other day when we're doing angelology, which was a new episode that we just did, where God's basically like, he's going to step up and do this for me. And one of the angels steps up, okay, you go do it. So he gives the angels a shot too, it's kind of like he does with us. I totally agree with that. But the book of Enoch is such a, it's a romantic novel to angels.
But not just angels, fallen angels. This isn't God's angels that stuck with him,
Correct.
Right? This is a romantic novel for the ones that rebelled from God.
Guys, they talk about the names of the fallen angels more than they do the angels that roll with God.
That's true too. Like the common listener, the common person that looks into this stuff, if you think about it, Joel, you're making some really good points here, man. Like, it's almost like we talk more about Azazel than we talk about Michael. Like the names of these fallen angels, it seems like they're being focused on more in this book than anything else.
Listen, in book 1 of the Watchers, in the book of Enoch, in chapter 3, this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. And Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields, breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working them, and bracelets and ornaments and the use of antimony and the beautifying of the eyelids and all kinds of costly stones and all coloring tinctures. That's just one verse. There are so many verses of these fallen angels teaching us these magical, wonderful things.
Amazing. Yeah.
You don't hear about that on the other side of it in the entire book.
So it says, what's the first line? He says he taught swords.
Taught men to make swords and knives and shields. He goes
swords, knives, and shields.
Yes.
And people can sit back and they can look at that statement and they're like, well, that's good. David, a man after God's own heart, a mighty warrior, used swords, shields, and that came from Azazel. So you're saying that if it wasn't for Azazel, the fallen one, David wouldn't even had a sword to fight with. He would have still be stuck on the slingshot. You know what I'm saying? So like it's taking and like you said, romanticizing these fallen ones. And I find it very fascinating.
And we were talking about the whole Noah thing. Chapter 4, intercession of angels. In the 9th verse, then said the Most High, the Holy and Great One spake and sent Uriel to the son of Lamech and said to him, go to Noah and tell him in my name hide thyself and reveal to him the end that is approaching, that the whole earth will be destroyed and a deluge is about to come upon the whole earth and will destroy all that is on it. Again, here goes God sending out an angel to do his bidding, but these angels on both sides, but especially the fallen side, they're made to look really cool. This whole book is fantastical, and people get caught up in the fantasy aspect of it, and that's what it is, a freaking fantasy. I'm not saying that there aren't aspects of it that aren't true.
You can romanticize truth.
You absolutely can.
Like you don't get it twisted. The Nazi soldiers romanticized what they were doing. They thought it was beautiful. Hitler thought what he was doing was beautiful. You can romanticize evil, and you can manipulate people with that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that, I really wanted to go through Enoch before I came here because that's a huge part of this. Enoch, the Pillars of Lamech, which Freemasons have attributed to Boaz and Jachin now. It's not what it was. They when you go back to the Anderson and the Oliver legends, they are the Pillars of Lamech. These 9 hidden vaults that were discovered, that Enoch hid all of the knowledges, where he hid the book Enoch and all that in Mount Moriah. You know, in Egyptian culture, it said that Hermes found those. And this is where the Brotherhood of the Snake came from, because he found these books of Enoch, son of Cain. But it's been twisted over time to become son of Seth, or from Seth's bloodline. On that side of it, the Freemasons had to find a way to make this align with the Bible, the God. Even though they say they're non-religious, they do line with this a lot. Solomon, like I said, Hiram Abiff, all that stuff lines up biblically in a lot of ways. There's a reason for that. They want to deceive. Back to what fallen angels have always wanted to do. And Satan, deceive. Why is Satan not talked about in the book of Enoch? That bothers me.
You know, it bothers me too. And I'm so glad you're talking about this stuff, because I never really thought about the book of Enoch like this. I haven't. And it's interesting because it's not, I don't think you're saying, at least I don't perceive it this way. I don't think it's saying that the book of Enoch is useless, because there is authentic, real information there. Mm-hmm. But it's like reading it's like reading a novel based off a true story. There is going to be the romanticizing of the true story, and because the reason why I want to say it, I wouldn't say it's useless, and I don't have the actual scripture in front of me. But there are several spots, including one that's verbatim in Jude, where it is a direct quote from Enoch. So we do know that the writers of the canonical scriptures did read the book of Enoch. But that we also know and recently there has been this surge of people saying that the book of Enoch should be canonized. And maybe there's a reason it's not. And I know it requires faith to trust that God's in control and God knows what's going down. But at the end of the day, it's not canonized for a reason. And
I want to say this too, for people that are skeptical of Christianity. And I can understand why people are skeptical too, because of a lot of what Satan's done such a great job of infiltrating the church, dividing it a million different ways, where people are like, well, I mean, when the men got together and they put together the Bible, it was a bunch of men, and men can corrupt things. But there's a verse in the Bible that says that God can sway a king's heart at his will. And that's where that trust factor comes in, where you trust that God's ultimately in control, that this canonical Bible is the word of God. And I get the deterrence for it, and I'm open to listen to him. I've heard it a million ways. Matter of fact, I used to be one of those people.
Me too, by the way. I don't think people realize that. Like, I used to be one of those people too. And we were just talking about that earlier today, guys, because Jay over here has an iPhone 6, and he said that he actually knows the date because of the text that he sent. But back in the day, on June 25th, 2014, he sent a text saying, hey, guys, I have the blue bubble or something like that now because he got the iPhone, right? So he's still on that phone, right? And I mentioned to those guys that was just a few months time span from me becoming a Christian. Before that, I was in complete rebellion to Christianity, God, period. Like, yeah, I was raised in church, but I went through a good chunk of my 20s, adult life as a married man, really my whole life, because I never really was a Christian. But I spent a good chunk of my 20s like intentionally rebelling against this Christian faith. So I don't think people quite, I think sometimes people hear me because I'm so, I don't know if nonchalant is the right terminology. I'm just so like open, I guess, about my faith. I think they assume and they think, if they don't know, that I've just always been like this. And the reality is March 29th, 2014, it was my salvation day. Before that, I was like, literally, that was a day where I instantaneously went from one extreme to the other. I instantaneously was transformed. And before that day, I was actively rebelling against this idea of God, this idea of the Bible, the gospel, all of it, actively. And I don't know why I got on that. ADHD, I hand it back to you.
No worries. But that's why I really wanted to expound on why I don't think the Book of Enoch it should be canonical, one, and is not canonical. There has been a huge push in the past, 20 years, even longer, but really hardcore, even the past 3 or 4, where they are pushing for Enoch. Yeah. And it is an absolute, when people talk about Enoch, they actually reverence it more than they do the Bible. Yep. The people that are just hardcore Enoch fans. And again, there's a reason for that. This is going into this era of what fallen angels have prepared for us and what they're moving us towards. They're moving us towards this epoch that they did back in the antediluvian times before the flood. But they're doing it in a more covert way. And we're going to get to that towards the end, and that's going to kind of tie in the portal baby theory on why they're doing that. But I do want to talk about this dragon court because that's important. The bloodlines are important. So when it says that the sons of God laid with the daughters of men, daughters of men, these women were revered. Now, Eric, this is why I brought up Game of Thrones. So you and I can talk about Game of Thrones and the dragon bloodlines, which they talk about a lot in there. There's a reason why they give us this soft disclosure in these shows, in these movies. If you notice something, what's a theme, Eric, with these bloodlines? What do they do to try to keep those bloodlines intact?
Anything and everything.
Anything and everything. But what is one thing that they do that's a little, I guess we would consider disgusting now?
Incest.
I've never seen the show.
So this incest theme is hardcore throughout the entire Game of Thrones series.
Yeah.
And
wow. And the
new series.
And so not to make me sound like a freak or anything, but in the way that they do it, you're aware that it's incest,
but it doesn't seem.
But they make it sexy. They make it
romanticized.
They make it. See, wow. I'm not going to. You'll sit there and you'll watch it and you're like, oh, they're going to get together.
Okay, hold on. Pause. Did you guys just hear that? Did anybody hear anything in their right ear right now?
No.
When you said they make it feel like I heard a faint. I heard you say it twice. You said it live in person. I saw you say it, and then in my right ear, I heard it again faintly. Nobody else heard that?
No.
Okay, so Christian, how much time do we have left on this thing? We're halfway.
This being the spooky season and with Halloween right around the corner, maybe you started to notice that your pumpkin patch is a little bit overgrown. Or to keep everyone from thinking that you're smuggling a werewolf in your shorts. There's no better time than now to head over to manscaped.com and use the promo code uncomfortable22 for 20% off and free shipping. Help support Uncomfortable Podcast by heading over to manscaped.com and picking up any of their fine products. Join over 6 million men worldwide using Manscaped products. Pick up the Lawnmower 4.0 as a part of the Performance Package. The package also includes the Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer, both with proprietary skin-safe technology that all but eliminates nicks and scrapes, pulls, and tugs. their Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant, Crop Reviver Ball Toning Spray, and 2 free gifts: the Shed Travel Bag and a pair of Manscaped Premium Stretch Boxers. Help support Uncomfortable Podcast with the code uncomfortable22 at manscaped.com and get 20% off your order and free shipping worldwide. That's 20% off with worldwide free shipping at manscaped.com. Use the code uncomfortable22, all uppercase. Unlock your confidence, and as always, use the right tools for the job with Manscaped.
Well, don't go by the hours, because that's total, but that line is about halfway. Okay, so we have halfway on the SD card right now. We're going to go maybe a little bit more, and then I want to pause this. So think about where you would want to break it. If you feel like it, just tell me, and we're going to dump that SD card and get it refreshed and emptied out, and we'll go again, because I can't believe that you guys didn't hear. That's weird, because we're all hooked up on the same system. I heard it in my right ear. I wonder if that came on the recording. So what's the time right now? 1:53. Okay, so if we could remember that time, so we can maybe look back at that. I just had to pause that for a second. We're talking about Game of Thrones, the incest, and you were saying how they make it seem more natural.
They make you when you watch it, at least for me, and I'm not a freak, but it's almost like you are anticipating that it's going to happen. And if you don't get that in the episode, you're kind of like, oh, I thought they were gonna.
Listen, House of the Dragon, you're almost wanting the two characters to get together.
That's the point
they're
that
so
I'm making,
likable.
because I didn't want to come out and say that when I'm watching it, it's like
you're almost rooting for that.
It's not even the sexual component either.
Yeah, so they draw the storyline out so that you're not thinking about how you want brother to bang sister. Mm-hmm. There's the romanticized storyline that you want to see the completion of, which would then just naturally, as an underlying current, have the incest involved.
Correct.
Gotcha. And I have never seen the show, so I'm glad you guys are breaking this down for me, because when you mentioned about it, I was like, oh crap, I have no idea.
So House of the Dragon, they really go into depth with it. The first episode at the end, the soon-to-be queen is told that part of them keeping their power, the secret of their power, is to keep their bloodlines running strong. They are of the dragon bloodlines. They ride dragons, by the way. They have a specific, like, innate nature with dragons. It's unique.
And they breathe fire.
And they do breathe fire.
Perfect.
Which does play into, I think dragons were real too. So don't get your butt cheeks tight. So anyway.
Would that get butt cheeks tight?
Some people would.
Really?
Maybe not on your show.
I think if you said dinosaurs weren't real.
Some of the deep state guys on my side get real tight with that stuff. So we're going to get to this dragon court. And this is what this Brotherhood of the Snakes built on. And they call it the Dragon Court too. The Dragon Bloodlines. It's all the same thing. This original secret society. So there's names for these gods. I believe in my heart that all these gods existed. I think that all these cultures had these gods. They talk to these gods. Some of these gods are locked away in the pit right now, waiting to get back out. But they were gods. To these people, they were gods. I think the Nephilim, which are the Anunnaki in Sumerian culture, some people get that a little confused too, because it seems like the Anunnaki are gods. They were considered gods. Nephilim were considered gods of their time too. They were demigods, the Titans of old.
Think like a 40-foot tall humanoid.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think Hercules, right?
Right.
That Hercules was considered.
And I think
demigod,
Hercules
right?
existed.
Nephilim.
Yeah.
Hercules could have been like
Poseidon.
Yeah.
Well, people talk about Poseidon all the time, like you know, and I think that's where the whole Atlantis thing comes from, where you got all of your Atlanteans that were very adept in the sea. They had powers, guys. This is where you get your superhero push now coming from.
Marvel.
They're getting you ready. They're getting you comfortable with the idea of people that have superpowers.
Yes. Let me on that note, and don't lose your track here, but I will say this, and I don't know how everybody else feels, but I know back in the early 2000s when Marvel started really pumping out these superhero movies. It was really popular to go to. I would go to the movies with a girlfriend, Lindsay, when I was dating her, and even into our marriage. And every time I'd walk out of the movie, I would feel, and I'm sure everybody feels the same way, you're walking down that hallway of the movie theater, leaving out to go out in the parking lot, and you're like, I don't want to leave this magical world I was just in, and I wish to God I could do what I just watched.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Like you're like, I don't want this to end. Like, I don't want this to end. I want to be that.
Right.
And you go into your car and you're like, how can I become a super genius scientist that makes a super suit?
Now imagine seeing these in real life, and they're interceding for you. They're doing great things for you. They're building these communities. Obviously, they're still doing awful things too, because a lot of these guys were pretty bad. They pillaged. They fought each other too. Matter of fact, the Book of Giants talks about the giant civil wars that went down as well. It's not like they were just super cool with each other at all times either. These were very cocky, arrogant. Could you imagine being the son of a literal god, having features like them, not looking like anybody else? The world's your playground. That's what superheroes are. They're as Jay says, giving us that soft disclosure. They're getting us ready for this. So this dragon court, though, goes to what we call the mother of dragons. And I brought up Game of Thrones because Khaleesi was called the mother of dragons in that show. When I started digging into the dragon bloodlines and the dragon court, these are their names. The mother of dragons. Everything comes from something. George R. R. Martin, great writer, he didn't make all this stuff up just out of the top of his head. None of these guys are doing that. They're pulling from something. Even if it's purely his idea and he's not being coerced, he's pulling from history. Tolkien did. Tolkien pulled from the fairy cultures, which fairies did exist, by the way, the fairy bloodline. They know about these cultures. They know about these things. They believe in these things. What were we talking about? Tolkien? They say Tolkien's been to Hidden Worlds. That's all I'm going to say.
Let's just leave it at that.
We're going to leave it with that.
You're don't be cramping in on my new podcast.
I'm not cramping in on it. I'm just saying that Tolkien has been said to have seen things, and that's why he was able to write so fluently about it, about these fairies, about these things, why they line up so closely with these cultures from before.
So I don't want to go too far off what you're talking about, but what you said about early just struck me. Netflix 2021 came out with I believe it was a TV show. I believe it was. I remember watching it. It's called Jupiter's Legacy, and it's about these superheroes who are like your Marvel superheroes. They're saving the world and everything, but then you get to see behind the curtains of how evil they are and how corrupt they are and how they actually hate the human beings that they're helping.
It's like The Boys.
I was going to say just like The Boys because they freaking hate people.
I've never. What's that?
So The Boys is a big show on Amazon Prime, and it's based on a graphic novel run. And it is the absolute seedy world of superheroes. They're a corporation. They have marketing teams that make them look good. When bad things happen, they come and intercede, make them look better. But they all have selfish agendas, and they have so much power that nobody can really stop them if they want to.
That's exactly what Jupiter's Legacy is as well. That's exactly what it is. That's like, and so this is kind of blowing my mind because it's just taking what they're giving us, but it's like it's the truth, right? It's
correct.
Go ahead, keep going. When you said that, it got I was like, wait a second, what you just said literally was a TV show that I watched. I don't watch a whole lot of TV shows.
Yeah.
But when the kids were born, so people have to understand, when Ben was born and Gemma was born, I was driving truck. So when we had a baby, a newborn baby, my alarm can't be going off at 6 o'clock in the morning in the bedroom. So I slept on the couch for months at a time. And to go to bed at night, to fall asleep at night because I'm bored, I would watch Netflix.
Yeah.
And so these are the type of things I was watching. So yeah.
Sounds a lot like The Boys because I know you watch The Boys.
Yeah.
It's a very entertaining show. It's good writing, but it gives you this side of superheroes that I think aligns more with what the Nephilim are. Matter of fact, there's been also a heavy push for this like rated R style of superhero. People tend to gravitate to that because it seems more realistic. Again, romanticizing, making these things acceptable. The Nephilim, they weren't great. We know that from their fathers. But back to this mother of dragons thing, because this is wild. So as you start digging in Sumerian culture, Babylonian culture, and you start grabbing these names. So it kind of started with like Mother Earth, Nehursag, who's also known as Gaia, Isis. She's like a matriarchal source for the mighty men of old. These are women that bore Nephilim, but these were like your top tier, the mother of dragons. Just like Game of Thrones, she was able to, what? Make these dragon eggs hatch when nobody else could. These dragons were born of her in fire. She literally was burned in fire with these eggs, came out of the fire unscathed, and there were 5 dragons with her, ready to go. That was an allegory for what the real mother of dragons were doing. They were bearing these Nephilim. And they weren't just bearing them one time. They were bearing them a lot. So you've got Nehursag, which they called the Dragon Queen of Life. Her mother, Ki, the Dragon Queen of the Earth. All these names you'll understand, too, because they tie into this, like, Gaia, Mother Earth. All these names for, like, nature. They're derivatives of these women that bore these Nephilim. These dragon bloodlines. You got Tiamat, who is, like, part of the Anunnaki. Tiamat is actually known as the female Leviathan. I tracked the female Leviathan back to the Book of Giants, which said that when Noah got on the ark, there were still giants alive. The ones that didn't get away with their fallen angels or whatever, they were getting, the deluge. They got eaten by a female Leviathan in the Book of Giants. So I thought that correlation was really unique too. This crazy, godlike monster that helped them die. And it could be allegorical, but we're talking about these women who were considered or gods, because here's the thing too, these Anunnaki, these Nephilim, they had kids. The females did. There wasn't just male Nephilim. There was females as well. Also, by the way, for people that want to know how physically it's possible for Nephilim to have relations with humankind. I dug deep, talked to Gary Wayne last week. I wanted to ask this question. It's been bothering me for like 2 years. How? He starts laughing and he said that there are some hieroglyphs that actually show this. There are women and there's like a giant like cup thing coming out of them and then a giant standing over. So there's some sort of device that's allowing it to create this life. And then he said on the flip side, for men, they could easily, copulate with like a giant female. That's possible. So they did do that. That's how these bloodlines got diluted. These bloodlines still exist, guys. The dragon court, the patriarchal, this is what these elites protect. This is what these elites are. This is why they think they're better than us, because they have the blood of the gods. This goes back to Lucifer, what I said earlier. Meat sacks. They're not meat sacks. Not holy. They have the blood of the gods. If you were walking around with the blood of the gods and you were raised to know that you had the blood of the gods and you are a part of this elite structure, power structure, why wouldn't you think you're better than everyone else?
Yeah.
We're nothing to these people. We're cattle.
If you look at it in more simplistic terms, away from that, you look at today's world of athletics, professional athletics. A lot of these professional athletes carry themselves in that kind of vein. You look at these professional athletes and they the way that their interactions with people that are not professional athletes, the media, the fan base, it's like it's like, who are you to even suggest such a thing, whatever you're talking about, right? It's this like, we are top tier. Not only are we superior physical specimens than almost 100% of people out there, but we even have the riches to batch it up. Like, they have everything. And it's this idea that we are better than you. And it's the same situation, I would think, with that. Just I was trying to maybe like modernize the idea of this. Maybe I didn't do a good job.
No, you did.
You give me the dead stare. I'm like, oh, maybe I did a bad job.
No, you made perfect sense. And I've got some wild theories about athletes and Nephilim anyway.
Because I was thinking in my mind, Russell Westbrook has that kind of attitude that I was thinking of. Like, it's just like, Russell Westbrook strikes me as the kind of person that if I came to him and started asking him questions, he's like, dude, I don't know who you are. Get away from me. You know what I mean? It's just like that. Like what? You know, like just get away.
Eric, what was the episode I did with you? Was it called Transhumanism?
Yes.
Okay. I won't go into detail here because we don't want to get you banned, but I go a little bit deeper into what I think about some athletes and Nephilim. But I go into a weird aspect of it. So if you get a chance, go to uNcomfortable
podcast.
I'm looking it up.
Yeah. So cool.
And I really go into this crazy theory about Nephilim and transhumanism. So go check that out. But you were right, spot on. That's why I was looking at you that way. I'm
okay.
Like,
I was like,
you're hitting home with some stuff you don't know what you're hitting home on.
I was just like, oh, maybe I'm way off.
No, you're way closer than you think.
I've never seen Joel look at me such a way.
Yeah. So I think on that note, we could take a break. We'll come back.
Awesome. Yeah. And actually, it's funny because Christian was just doing the break. So awesome. We're going to take a break. We're going to dump the SD card, get some fluids, and then we'll be back. And maybe I'll put a commercial in here. I don't know.
5 minutes later.
All right, and we're back after that break. In the moment, I'm not sure how that break is going to actually sound to the audience. We might play a commercial. We might play 30 Hours to Utah, or maybe we'll be like, and we'll be back, everybody. And we're back, everybody. I don't know how it's going to sound, but we are back now. And before we get back into the second half of this show, what was the name of the episode for uNcomfortable that Joel was on?
That was PSYOP. That was episode
okay.
35.
Gotcha. So we were referencing that earlier and stuff for the listeners. If you want to go back and listen to that uNcomfortable podcast, episode called PSYOP, where Joel was on Eric's show, uNcomfortable Podcast. And once again, just to let people know, since we're here coming back in from the intermission, I am your host of this episode on all these other RSS feed streams. My name is Tony Merkel. I host the Confessionals podcast, where we talk to people about their bizarre paranormal encounters. And we are joined by Joel from Kill the Mockingbirds. Joel, just a brief synopsis. Just introduce yourself real quick.
Yeah, I'm one half of the group Van Tesla with Quan Duke, and I'm also one half of the podcast Kill the Mockingbirds with Sean Chris, where we keep your butt cheeks tight.
Keep butt cheeks tight. Eric?
Eric Slodgy, host of uNcomfortable Podcast. I am the only. That's it. I'm the only. I have no partners.
The one and only Eric.
I have nothing other than myself.
Perfect. And Justin, what's up, man?
Justin, Cryptids of Corn podcast, 1/3. We do magical things, science stuff. That's where we meet.
1/3.
Mm-hmm.
You have a third person?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
My wife.
Oh, shout out to your wife. In that case, I'm one half of the Confessional podcast. Lindsay is my wife.
I am still just the one.
The one. So we're talking.
He's actively pursuing though.
Yeah. So we're talking some bonkers stuff. Joel, you were rolling that first half, popping brains, and I think it's needed. I think it's sobering. I think I needed to hear some of the things you were saying, and I hope that the audience is eating it up. And Joel, is there an email people can email you at? Because if they want to complain, they should know where to direct those complaints.
Absolutely. So I got a couple emails. If you just want to go to kill the mockingbirds at gmail.com.
And address Sean Chris.
For sure. If you want to go there so he can see some of the heat you want to give me, definitely do that, because we both run all the Kill the Mockingbird stuff together. So whether it's social media or emails, whatever, we run both of that together. So we both see everything that comes through. It's always funny when somebody sends through an attack to one of us and it's like, no, we saw that too. I saw that, bud. So,
so he saw me talking bad about you. Okay.
If you just want to reach out to me individually to give me a reaming, go to joelthomas@vantesla.com. That's the easiest way to do it. You can try to DM me, but if it's something nasty, I'm probably just not even going to look at it.
Yeah, if you want to scope his social media, even though you don't like him, you don't want to say that because he'll just block you. So the best way to keep yourself from being unblocked is
real
email.
quick. And I'm not going to go on a long tangent on this though, but I encourage anybody that is a creator and anything that has social media, if somebody's actively doing things you don't like, just don't engage with them, block them. If somebody came in your house running their mouth, you would kick them out. Probably worse.
Yeah,
I'd shoot them.
So, oh my God.
Jeez.
Jeez.
Wow. Sorry, that escalated quickly. I'm sorry.
I'm Tennessee Tony over here, and he's
God. I mean, it's enough for attacking entities. He is trying to lure the 3 letters in. He's like, we're getting them all in here now, boy.
Well, I bought the gun.
But no, you're
legally.
right. You're right. Absolutely. Just block him.
Just block them.
Yeah.
We found so much peace doing that. Generally speaking, if you don't like what we say on social media, which a lot of the reels people get super angry with, I'd say majority, let me give a lot of shout out though. A lot of people give us a lot of great compliments and love what we're doing. When people don't agree with stuff though, they say what they disagree with. That's fine. But if you're just jumping in like trash, bleh, and a bunch of like yuck mouth, whatever, I'm just going to yuck mouth you out of here. I encourage anybody else though who's creating to do that, because you don't need to see that negativity. We're not trying to build negativity here.
Yeah.
We're just trying to uplift each other. And at the end of the day, if you don't agree with somebody, you know what you can do is just scroll right on past. It's as simple as that. That's what I do when I don't agree with something. And sometimes, honestly, if my butt cheeks are getting tight, I go look into it. And then I find out that, man, that person was kind of right. Kind of wrong. So, yeah, for sure. But I know you ready to get back into it.
Yeah.
And we're going to go to one of my favorite parts of this, the meat sacks. And this is the part where Eric really starts getting tight. And we're going to delve into this. We're going to start with 1947. And I know that the scientist directly across from me is going to be involved with some of this conversation for sure, because he knows a lot about this stuff. So I definitely want him involved in this because he and I've talked a lot about this stuff on the phone.
Yeah.
We've dug into this. We've had conversations. Not that you and I haven't too, Eric, but I don't know if we had an in-depth conversation on the phone like Justin and
you're
I.
done with me.
Well, you're getting to that point where we got to take you out to the pasture, you know?
The farm upstate.
Speaking of that thing you were talking about earlier.
Those emails, again, should be addressed to joelthomas@vantesla.com.
Give his phone number.
Yeah, so, the meat sack thing really started coming to the forefront when I was digging into cryptids, right? This is kind of when I really started thinking about it, because it was coming up in cryptid communities and guys that tie in government agencies, 3-letter agencies, into the paranormal, into alien activity, into what I would like to introduce today is the Nephilim and the fallen spirits of the Nephilim. So I want to be clear about the meat sacks. I don't think that fallen angels take over these or puppet these meat sacks. Fallen angels can't possess. Fallen angels can avatar. So an avatar, for people that don't understand, is more of a remote control. Like, say you were playing a video game and you held a remote control and you were controlling a third-person player game, moving them around, telling them what to do. You had complete control over them, but you're not inside of them. It's like the movie Avatar. And not the one we were talking about, Justin. Justin thought I was talking about Avatar, the Airbender.
I was also 3 sheets to the wind.
You were 3 sheets to the wind. But he thought I was talking about Avatar, the Airbender. I was talking about the movie Avatar, where they literally get inside of the tubes and their consciousness goes into these bodies, which essentially is the same thing. I think fallen angels can do that. I think that's been done a lot throughout the Bible when they talk about fallen angels interacting, and you see these possessions, but aren't necessarily possessions where demonic entities are inside. I think that the Antichrist will be avatared. He will be created for the purpose of Lucifer avataring him. He'll have some control. He knows what's going on, but he's going to actively give up his body to allow Satan to avatar him to create this illusion. Satan needs that to be able to interact with people on a level that won't scare them. I also think that the Antichrist is from these bloodlines, specifically the patriarchal dragon bloodline. I think he's going to come from that. This is what they're gearing up for, the elites. That's what they want. I also think he's going to be a Nephilim. I think he may be visibly a Nephilim in the sense of 6 fingers, 6 toes. He's going to appear to be that evolutionary step for humanity. The quote-unquote alien-human hybrid, the perfect hybrid. This is what they're moving towards. Because, and this is my belief, and I know a lot of people have different beliefs, and Eric and I amicably argue about these points, but I believe the word of God. I don't believe that aliens came in and messed with our DNA back in the day with some apes and made us. But this is what they are pushing. You watch Ancient Aliens. You watch any of these, disclosure documentaries where they start going down these rabbit holes of ancient aliens and they start showing all the hieroglyphs. And granted, these hieroglyphs show all kind of things. Spaceships. These things were around back then. They were. That's why they're up on these walls. Absolutely. They look very similar to what we think aliens are today. In some ways, though, these greys, especially the greys, they show up in Irish culture as fairies. They had flying ships, and they kidnapped people. They were gray. And these show up throughout cultural history. You could look up on some of the wall. You could see grays like in different cultures. Big heads, big eyes, small. They'll even look smaller than humans. They won't look like the Nephilim that are towering over humans, but you'll see them in these spaces. Now, when it comes to grays, I think there's different kinds of grays, though, too. You know how we talk about cryptids? We talk about Bigfoot. How we think there's metaphysical. We think there's physical. Maybe something in between. There's different things going on. Justin, you talked about this yesterday about Bigfoot. You want to expound on what you think about Bigfoot real quick? Because this will tie back into the gray stuff.
Yeah. It's, you talking about with like the Fae and stuff? Or
yes.
Okay. Yeah, there's the organic, like the thing I think I encountered was the classic flesh and blood organic. I believe I was standing across from an animal, but other people have the encounters where they're not. And like, so the Fae folk, when you experience them in the wilderness, they will mimic whatever you want them to be. And when people go out in the woods, that's the big thing. They want to see Bigfoot. And how many people go walking through Hocking Hills? That's, by us, but they're like, hope we see Bigfoot. So you encounter one of these entities, they have that, they feel that energy. Here's the costume I'll put on. Here's the look I'll do. That's when you have Bigfoot that are associated with orbs of light. The red eye glow, not eye shine. And yeah, so that's basically that. But there's the organic, like people experience fully animalistic behaviors, something you would expect to see in the animal kingdom. Why would the Fae do that? Or why would anything else do that if you don't need to do that? Why are you trying to dig up grubs if you are a spiritual being that doesn't need it? But then why can you walk off a cliff? Why do you have glowing red eyes? And why can you use a ball of light? So that's what basically that is. It's two very different things that happen to look very similar. And I think one is looking very similar because that is what you want it to look like. So you're putting that image out there and it's just like, okay, I'll wear this costume. I'll do this.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's happening with the gray alien side of it too. I think you've got fallen angels that can disguise themselves, or even Fae in that sense, can disguise themselves as these grays. That's the ones that you see that show up in the rooms that look almost transparent. They'll freeze people. They'll have that paralysis. It's almost like a see-through thing with them. It's that weird, out of kind of disproportionate thing that's going on inside of your head. It's almost like they're in your head in a sense. But when you look at them, they look physical. They look physical, but you can see through them.
Mm-hmm.
But the meat sack idea, this comes from the Nephilim. So if you know anything about the Bible, God put a cap on the lifespans of 120 years. There's a reason for that. Because the original Nephilim didn't have lifespan. They kind of inherited from their fathers this ability to have eternal life. Now imagine how arrogant you would be as a giant. That the original Nephilim, they say, and I've got kind of this little graph right here that I can show you guys of the original. This was bones that were found in Roman culture. This is 36 cubics. This is over 40 feet tall. They found 2 of them next to each other, and then there was some earthquake, and they found the third one on this island.
Wow.
So this is kind of in the range of what people think is what was the original ones.
That's incredibly big.
Correct.
Think just for a second, think about, you said 40 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
Think about how wide that is.
Correct.
This isn't just a beanpole.
2 to 1 is what they say they are in ratio. As humans are 3 to 1, they say Nephilim are 2 to 1. So they would have to be half as wide as they are tall. 20 feet wide to 40 feet tall if they were 40 feet. That gives you a range of what you're thinking. And they were very, very athletic, very fast, quick, and they inherited traits from their fathers. So they had what we would consider superpowers. They had things that they could do that wasn't human-like. It's where you kind of get some of your shape-shifting from, which I think was passed down through some of the, especially the fairy side, when you start getting into the fae folk and you start getting into the reptilians, which the salamanders, they call them. Salamanders. He's always talking about salamanders, Justin. Salamanders, they shapeshift, but they are part of that fairy side. So reptilians were kind of the upper tier of the fairy side. They're a little below Nephilim, but they're like the upper tier of that fairy bloodline. So they inherit these traits. And so essentially the back to the Greys. So these meat sacks are created for these Nephilim. Because these Nephilim, these men are renowned. When they put that cap, when God put that 120-year cap down, that's why. They were living forever. But they don't have a place to go. Their spirit has no place to go. Book of Enoch talks about it. Again, we're talking Enoch, 90 percentile, I think, in truth. Even the Book of Giants talks about it. These were the spirits. These are the demons that we talk about. There's a host of different kind of demons. But they're pretty angry. Think about it. You could live forever. You were a freaking Nephilim giant with powers and you ruled. And then God put a cap on you and then your body died out and then you got no place to go.
No cap.
So you either go to Sheol or the underworld, or you roam the earth looking for a body. Now they possess. That's what they're able to do. If people allow them, if you're open to that type of thing without even knowing it, sometimes you're dabbling in things you don't know you're dabbling in. That opens up these doors. You can open yourself up to possession. But I believe these meat sacks are created for these demonic entities. So these are your Greys that aren't see-through, that are very organic. I think 1947, I think they found meat sacks. Because here's what I think about the government. I think the government is stupid in a lot of ways. I think they can be tricked easily. I think a lot of people in the government are just puppets. Now, they're kind of like meat sacks too. But they're puppets that aren't in control. These bloodlines, these family bloodlines that are behind the scenes, they're the ones that know what really the entities are. They know what the fallen angels are. They know what the Nephilim are. They know what these demonic entities are. But what's the best manipulation, the best trick? You trick the government too. You stage a crash, bodies drop, technology's found. 2 of them are still alive. They take them down, just the story goes. And if people don't know the story, we're going to go into it just a little bit. One of them dies, the other one lives. He's in there for a year. Not talking to him, nothing. And one day they walk in, he's just speaking English.
Yeah.
He's like, yo, let me get to the mothership real quick. We'll set something up. And they do. They set something up. It's kind of when the Majestic 12 was created. Eisenhower, Rockefeller, all the names we know are involved. The Vatican is big time involved with this. Matter of fact, they're the only religious entity that's always involved with this stuff. Nobody else. It wasn't like they got somebody, the upper tier in Islam, and like, oh, come over here and help us out. No.
Baptist Church.
Correct. They're not doing that. They send a bishop out there with them. They make a pact with these quote unquote beings. And the pact is to allow the Greys, and there's conjecture, was there reptilians involved too? Because a lot of people think reptilians tell Greys what to do. It seems to be a reptilian involved in some of these things. I do think fallen angels do manifest different ways. So I think they can manifest as a Grey, can manifest as like reptilian too. Again, back to the faith thing, they could take different appearances here to trick. We know they can shapeshift. This has been in so many.
That's straight biblical.
Straight biblical.
Like just for when we're saying this stuff, sometimes I just feel the need to maybe point back to the biblical aspect, just so that people listening that are of a Christian foundation can understand, and maybe just help them visualize the direction, because what we're talking about is deep stuff. It's crazy, right? But the idea that what you're talking about, fallen angels, shape-shifting, reptilians, come on. No, in reality, we have evidence throughout the Bible of angels coming before men and shape-shifting. And one of the best examples is with Lot. And they looked like human men to the point that the city wanted to
have sex
with them. Yeah, he's like, and Lot's like, in which I don't agree with. Lot's messed up for this, but he's like, no, these are my guests. You can have my daughters. And like, we don't want your daughters. We want those men. But these are angels that looked like humans, broke bread with him, ate with him, consumed food with him. So in that story, they are shape shifting.
Yeah.
So it's not, because when we say shape shift, some people might just tune out like, come on, bro, like shape shifting, really? But no, really, like I don't know if we said it on the recording at some point today, but I know we talked about it this weekend. How the Christians. So the supernatural being taken out of Christianity, right? And part of that process is American Christianity, American churches, they have a very hard time, Christians, fathoming what we're talking about. They want to laugh at the idea that we want to talk about Bigfoot or all this supernatural, this crazy stuff. Like, let's just call it, forget supernatural, let's call it paranormal stuff, but it's literally in their Bible. And if they would just read it, they would see that. And so,
well, they say all that stuff's just an allegory, or it's a metaphor, that it's not real. I think when you take that part out of it, here's the issue though. You believe that there's a God. Whether you believe that book's metaphorical, you believe there's a God.
That you never laid eyes on.
A supernatural being that created you. So you're telling me that supernatural being just created us and nothing else. And it was just like benign and vanilla.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me that. Listen to yourself. You sound ridiculous. Like, now, if you want to come to me and say you don't believe in God and you believe in the Big Bang and you believe in this like structured, ordered,
cool,
that makes sense to me.
Yep.
I can get down with that.
Yep.
I'm not going to fault you for that. I totally get that scientific view. But if you get out of that scientific view and you start talking about you believe in God or whatever, well, now you just open up the whole world of possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
You can't reel it back in. You can't just go halfway or a step. It doesn't make any sense. You paradoxed yourself.
Absolutely. So I didn't mean to pull away from you and stuff.
No.
I just kind of felt like I needed to interject that because I just want people who are listening that maybe come from a Christian foundation, especially Christian, because I've had a lot of interactions with them over the years. They can tend to overlook things that if they just would pause for a second and put it in perspective, it's like, oh, well, yeah, I guess that does make sense. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so and typically I probably wouldn't even do that, but knowing that this is going to be on 3 other podcast streams, you don't know who's listening. And so I thought it'd be a good idea for us to.
No, for sure. And it was something that you and I talk about all the time.
Yeah.
I've talked about with Eric. I've talked about with Justin, Jay. Like, it just makes sense.
Justin's wife.
And Justin's wife, actually, yes, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So, but in all honesty, it's true. And I'm glad you put that out there because I find it absolutely fascinating. People that can believe in God, but can't believe in anything else.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add up. Do one or the other. Don't halfway something. Don't halfway it. Like, you don't have to listen, and you don't have to say that you believe in the Bible, but if you believe in a God, you need to be open to all this other crap. Like, you gotta be, because there's no other way around it. You believe in a being.
Let me play the devil's advocate for a minute.
No.
Maybe that's a bad term to use at this point, but let me just play the devil's advocate. You're preaching that if you are open to believing in God, then you have to open yourself to all that. But from the standpoint of some people's perception, you are taking everything that would make God even more incredibly vast and creative, and you're wrapping everything back up and sending it all back to that.
What do you mean by that? Explain that part.
Because you're saying that aliens are actually the angels, and instead of being open to
that God created aliens,
that God created us, he created the angels, he created demons and all the creepy crawly little things that go along with them, and the aliens, and this and that and this and that, and they're separate. They don't all have to, again, I'm playing the devil's advocate, they don't all have to come back to the things that you're saying. They don't all have to wrap back up into a religious conspiracy that bottoms out with everything is related to angels and demons and the fight against God. So again, I'm not looking to argue. I'm just taking from the standpoint of
bad, bro.
The standpoint
you started
of,
it.
Well, and that's fine too. I mean, it can go there if it wants. But what I'm doing is I'm taking from a listener's perspective, and saying that as a listener, my God is so much more than what you're giving him credit for. And you're minimizing, essentially, minimizing and taking away from the aspect of there is more. And it all comes back to, it's got to be all wrapped up in this nice little neat bow that only Christians, and I'm going to take some heat for this, and I'm not saying this is my belief, and I'm not saying it's not my belief. I'm just taking a different perspective of somebody who's listening to this.
Sure.
Of what it could sound like.
Yeah. So I'm open to God creating all kind of stuff. I think you're missing the point. I get what you're saying.
No, the devil's advocate is.
Yeah,
Eric,
for sure.
Eric's driving with you.
I know. I see him getting like heated over there, and I know he's about to blow.
I'm not heated at all.
No,
I mean,
so, I'm just playing. I'm being sarcastic. So what I mean is, do not like rein God in at all. Everything you said could be true.
100%.
My issue with aliens is there's just not anything good coming out of them ever, for that matter. They're just demonic. And anybody that's had these interactions, Eric, it always ends badly. And we hear this time and time again. Justin, you're nodding your head over there.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Anything that involves specifically the Greys always ends horribly. Whoever, even if they're
but
positive.
there's also stories of the Nordics, and there's stories of the Palladians, and there's stories of this and that. All of it could be complete and utter horse shit from the word go. But you're saying it always ends that way, but there are stories that are talking about malevolent entities.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think when you use the word entity in relation to describing extraterrestrial, the word entity has a negative connotation to it anyway. Even if you say a spiritual entity, it kind of makes you feel like you're talking about something that might not be on the good side, you know. So, but you know, again, I'm playing the devil's advocate.
I love it. That's why you're here.
So,
yeah, I mean, so I've said this for years. Who am I to say that God can't create aliens?
Mm-hmm.
If God is so big and powerful, like I believe, then who's to say he can't do anything? And that's where I shrink and I say, meh, maybe, you know, because I'm not God. And like I said earlier, way earlier in the conversation, I don't believe all of history as all of history cannot be encompassed into the Bible. God gave us information in the Bible for a specific reason, right? So outside of that, I don't know what God did, right? Devil's advocate to your devil's advocate. There could be alien entities God created that are deceptive and are actually nefarious, but coming across as benevolent beings, just like we know fallen angels rebelled against God and things like that. So like, let's forget, we're getting way off into the waters right now, but like, forget about aliens being fallen angels or anything like that. Let's just say aliens are aliens. They're other entities or beings from other universes and planets. They could rebel against their creator just like fallen angels have, just like human beings do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so that's why I think from a Christian foundation perspective, I should not put my faith and trust in any beings or entities outside of Christ, God, because there is that deception. And we know that aliens, fallen angels are real, and it's in the name. They have fallen. They have rebelled from God, and there could be a whole vast of beings throughout the universe that God created that at whatever point a certain sects of them maybe decided to rebel. Right. Same thing with again Psalm 82. God held judgment amongst God. Like God literally created other gods. Like literally, it says it. And then he's like, how long are you going to hold the wicked? I forget how it goes. I always mess it up. But basically he's saying like, dude, there's bad people in the world and you're promoting them. Like you're doing exact opposite, right? So like these gods didn't do their job, you know? And so I don't know. I'm probably going way off.
I want to say this back to the alien thing, because really I was specifically talking about Greys. I wasn't getting into all the other alien entities, which there's a lot, which we've heard of. And, you know, we've been talking about Admiral Byrd going in the center of the earth and all that whole hoopla too, with the tall, blonde, humanoid people. And again, I think what's odd, though, with every alien encounter, and this is why I go to this, Eric, they always push themselves as our creators. Every time. Greys, reptilians, they all come in and say that they are the evolution, the next level of evolution of us, that they helped guide us. It's the ancient alien theories. Helped guide us over the centuries. They were our gods. That's why I tie it back into fallen angels, Eric. It's because of what they're saying. It's not because of what they're doing per se, because sometimes they can come off, like you said, as benevolent. A lot of times it starts that way, but it always becomes a take your focus off him. Take your focus off God, the creator. Why is it that you're right? God can create wherever he wants. I totally agree with you. But why are these entities, if they were something God created, why are they telling us that they created us? Why is it always that? That's the issue I have with it. That's why I pull it back into this portal baby theory. Because they do this consistently, and they've done it forever. It's just now we're calling them aliens. They were called a multitude of different things throughout history. We're just now calling them aliens. Technology, all these things. That's the issue I have. They have taken upon themselves to tell us that they created us. So if you're right, and you're playing devil's advocate, you're not really saying what you think. You're just saying that that God, in his vastness and infinite glory, can do whatever he wants. I completely agree with you. We don't know a small fraction of anything he's done. Okay, he created these aliens. They're not very good because they're coming and telling us that they created us. So they definitely have an agenda themselves. That's where I'm going with it. And that's why I draw it back into this theory, especially the Greys, because they've showed up throughout history. They're showing up a lot right now. A lot. And the meat sack aliens, along with meat sack cryptids, by the way, I think that the cryptids that are showing up around these bases, the white Bigfoot, dogmen, I think they're meat sacks that are created by the government for these entities to take over.
Preach!
Because they have a specific goal in mind. Meat sacks just don't stop with gray aliens. And back to the government being stupid, if it's a biological organism that you find, whether an entity was inside of it or not, a demonic entity, still biological, still take it apart, still meat, sack. It's what they're able to look at. I did that just for Eric.
For the audience listening right now, as soon as he said meat sack, Eric's just chuckling and shaking his head. He's just like,
I'm really not doing it to stir you up. We're just at that part. But it would be easy to fool governments too. Again, back to the bloodlines, the elite bloodlines, they know what's going on, but they need to fool everybody. I believe the governments really believe they're talking to aliens. I think they believe that they're in a pact with the aliens, back to the Majestic 12 when they made the pact, where the aliens, the Greys, told them that, hey, listen, we're going to abduct X amount of people. We're going to make a pact with you. We'll give you technology to allow us to take people. We'll let you know who we take, even though they didn't adhere to that. They started just running rampant, do whatever they wanted. Taking women. Is this drawing anything back to Enoch?
No, can you go further?
So I think that Greys are facilitating taking men and women, both. I think they take, just for best way to say it, fluids from men to help with this process. Genetic material. Thank you. See, it's nice having him here.
It's nice having a scientist on board.
I know. Genetic material. Yes, taking genetic material from both. I think women are hosts. I think they're trying to create the perfect Nephilim. Gary Wayne told me something a week ago that resonated with me. And I was like, I'm totally throwing this in here because this is going to be a part of where my theory is. Fallen angels he thinks there's two incursions. He thinks there was an incursion before the flood when they created the first Nephilim. He thinks there was another incursion after the flood when the Raphaim came along and just like the new Nephilim, basically. I think I threw out my idea about the portals, and he said that, well, it's not very viable in the sense of that could totally be plausible as well. I think they got portaled away into this portal world, this other dimension, that they kept them until after the flood, and they released X amount back, or whatever, the ones that survived, the ones they pulled. Fallen angels did. We know they can portal. Another Raphaim can portal for sure, because their genetic code, they can move in and out of portals. They know it's actually part of ritualistic system as well. That's why people now, witches, warlocks, people use rituals to do what?
Open portals.
Open portals. They've been doing it for centuries. The Nephilim were just really adept at it because they were really close to the bloodline. They knew what they were doing. They were taught from their fathers what to do. And I think, yeah, they portaled them away, brought them back. And I think right now that's what they're doing. But Gary Way made a point to me, and it made a lot of sense. He said that God has a strict rule on earth that if there's an incursion, you're going to the pit. This is how it is. You go to the pit, you're going to the abyss until it's time to unlock you in the last days when they let them back out again. So I'm wrapping my mind around this. The portal world, it's not Earth. That's the loophole. That's where they're building these Nephilim armies. So what's happening? That's where they're going to do it. Because if you ever think about these alien abductions, they go somewhere, they don't know where they go. They're not on Earth. They're going to wherever these ships take them or wherever they go. A lot of times they're just in this like crazy lucid state. They don't know what's going on. And this is where they're testing. So now, again, this goes back to science. The fallen angels, or angels in general, are very, very technologically advanced. We talked about the angel wars on first Earth before the new Earth when Adam came. The angel wars, I think, was a technological just eruption between two sides. You imagine two warring factions with technology that's out of control, making basically the Earth implode on itself. So I think what they've done, they found the loophole, and it's why they're not in the open anymore. They know they can't, because if they do an incursion here, they're going right back. They got to build this thing. And to Eric, your point on portal babies, you made a really good point that stuck with me as part of this, that's building part of this theory. There's elites, and there's a small amount of them. There's not a lot of them. When it comes to like subjugating people, you need an army. And you need a strong army.
And their main interest is to find the remaining bloodlines and those who are purest of those bloodlines, because it'll be easier to get back to the original bloodline.
Correct. Mm-hmm. That really resonated with me. He told me that on that podcast, with them needing, they need bouncers. Like some big ones in the wings. But I do think that when you get to this ultimate Nephilim, what they're looking to build this Antichrist to be, I think he's going to be very close to human. I don't think it's going to be like some massive giant. I think he's going to look like us, maybe outside of 6 fingers, 6 toes, maybe something a little different. I think power level would be something we consider a superhero to be able to do. Things that we don't understand. Like Star Wars, Force, something like that. Things that our minds can't understand scientifically. I always say that magic's just science that we don't understand. It is. Like, we consider God magical, but that's just science. There's a science to it. There's the encoding, the way that he encoded the earth, encoded the universe, encoded us with DNA. That's science. But the average person, like, oh, that's magic. I mean, it flows out completely. But I believe that that's the loophole. They're taking him here They're building these, making these Nephilim, testing these Nephilim, and then they're bringing the people back. Whether they let, like some women, they let it gestate for a little bit and then they just up and they don't have the baby anymore. And then nobody around them remembers them being pregnant. And they feel like they're going crazy. You know, you got that. But as far as the incursion goes, I think the incursion doesn't happen here. I think it happens in this portal world. And I'm not going to say anything about you know what, but I will say the hidden book affirmed a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of where I'm going with this.
Hidden book, meaning I'm working on a new podcast that should be out within the next, I would say 6 months to a year.
Mm-hmm.
And probably sooner, I would imagine, but I'm trying to give myself a big timeline. But basically, it's not about the book. I mean, it is, but the book is more on the back end for those involved to know that you're not crazy in a sense, because the book predates my show. But there is a story that I'm chasing that intertwines everything. About a year ago, I started talking about how I have a story that seems to take all the pieces that we've been talking about over the years, and it's like a centerpiece of the puzzle, and everything seems to fit into it. And that's exactly what you're talking about. It the more you look into it, the more you're like,
there's no way they made it up.
No.
It came out. We won't say the date. We won't say anything about it. But when it came out, it predated you.
Yeah.
By a lot.
But the stories in the book are straight from my show.
And for these people to know what they knew, they either had to be really like coordinated in what
for their ages.
Right.
They were young.
And I'm not saying people that are young can't be on it and super intelligent with this stuff, because I've seen some that are. But when I'm reading it, I mean, lights are just dinging off in my head, because like I'm reading the book of Enoch, I'm reading all this other stuff, and then I'm reading this book, and I'm like, oh my God. Like, it is just affirming this theory of mine. It was like that missing piece I needed. And I know I was like, man, I need this book. And then I finally came down here and got a hold of it, and I'm reading it, and I'm like, oh my God, this is what I needed, because it started tying in all the fabric pieces to this. Because these are from it's written by people who aren't Christian, who don't think like us at all.
I mean, it was written by a witch.
Exactly.
She is a witch,
an
right
absolute witch. And the guy that the story's built around is, we're talking not at all down the path we walk.
No.
But everything they're talking about is exactly what I'm talking about, just from that perspective. But it all lined up.
So then why the secrecy? Why the responsibility of not saying the name of the book?
Because the author, she's been running from this. She's had people try killing her, and she had the book taken off the market. There's only 12 to 15 copies in existence, and she doesn't want anything to do with this anymore because it scares her, and it's an ethical thing for me. She doesn't want her name out there.
Oh, I understand that. I mean, I don't know that. I don't know anything other than having heard a couple of little hints throughout.
Yeah, so like if I were to reveal the book, people will like when I drop this this podcast probably is going to get bigger than Confessionals almost instantaneously, and there's going to be thousands of people that would hit her up. And she's scared to death of this. Like she cut me off for a while, and recently started talking to me again. I was in her neck of the woods a couple months ago, and I said, "You want to meet?" And she's like, "Absolutely not." Like, no, she's happy to answer questions, but she wants to keep things at an arm's distance. So, ethically,
so who's her fear of attack or worse
coming from people who find out and disagree with her revelations, or
no? Well, she had a stalker that's trying to kill her, yeah, but it's more of what's in the other realm and how
so spiritual,
not just
dispatch.
spiritual. Like the stuff in the other realm is very, very physical, very real, and very much comes in and out all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it scares her. And so I can't do it, you know?
Yeah.
And I know very well. And I've come to the understanding, I've come to the grips of this. I'm okay with it. I know I'm going to release this information. And because I'm not showing my receipts of the book, I will be called a liar. I'll be called somebody who made it all up. I'm okay with that. And I can't, unless one day she comes to me and says, hey, I want to go on record. Cool. But I can't make her do it.
Right.
So it is what it is.
At least there's somebody else who says they've actually read the book and seen it. I know they probably think I'm probably lying as well to back you, but I'm not. Like, I have.
Yeah.
And if anything, it just tied everything that I think with all of what I'm saying now together. And it was awesome from that perspective of a non-Christian, completely opposite end of it, for it to tie in, and even the verbiage to be what we use.
So let me ask this: Can you speak to, with this knowledge, did it change her from what she was to?
She's still a witch. She's still a witch.
So if what you're saying is so empowering to what we've been talking about here all night, why has that not changed?
Well,
I mean, I know you don't know.
No,
but
I mean, I would say
can you speak to it, or
for the same reason that there's tons of people that have access to the information that we have, and they're not on the same team as us. It's about perspectives, and she's not a witch because of this. She was a witch
before
it.
Yeah,
and so it's all about perspectives, and so her perspective, her worldview isn't from a Christian standpoint. So she views,
but I guess, do you get what I'm saying? With that kind of information, wouldn't that just be an instantaneous, I'm on the other team now?
No, not from me reading it and understanding that perspective. It's not, because it goes back to that deception piece too.
Because her definition, the way she perceives what she's been through, the information she knows, her perception is not even from the same. It's not even remotely from the same starting point that Joel and I have. And so it's
all
just,
right. I get
you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
like she and I mean, I've talked, I've spoken with her for hours, and she's just not from the same, she's just not from the same perspective. And so, that's why I just talk to people,
Yeah.
and,
no, I'm not trying to get you to say anything that you don't want to say. I don't get you wrong.
No.
I mean, I'm
You're saying it in a great way. No, I get where you're coming from for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She's on her own path,
because I said to you last night, it's like, we were talking about what Judgment Day or whatever, and when I'm standing in front of him and he's like, "You coming or you going?"
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, "I knew it, dude. I'm packed. Let's go. I'm going." That's, but to have that kind of information, and I understand that her life up until that point that she got that information, her life was based on being a witch and her beliefs in.
I believe. I'm not 100% on that, but I believe it. You
would think that.
Let's put it this way: that her involvement with this whole thing was active, and it was on a spiritual realm, in the sense of, let's just put this in the most simplistic ways. She has told me she was in charge of closing portals after things went through. So that alone is.
I got a question I'll ask you after.
Is witchcraft. And so it's unless she was taught how to do it for this specific reason, which is very possible. But either way, today, her running from this stuff, she still is a witch. think she still does witchcraft. So,
does she still actively close portals if she runs into them? All right.
Yeah, I would just say this, and this is, again, not giving anything away, but this is perspective of the book is from a different perspective. But it aligns.
Yeah.
It's like if you took two stories about the same thing, but from two different angles. So I'm telling it from this side, and you get the side taking it from that side. But we're talking about the same thing. That's what this book was. To me, it literally put the glue to all these pieces. It started like bringing them together.
Like a Quentin Tarantino movie.
Very good. There you go. Very much so. Because what I needed was that other side, that other like confirmation where it was like, yep. What I'm saying, yep, there it is. And
that's my line.
And yeah, I just stole it. But it's true. And this is where this whole Portal Babies thing goes to. And I think we should move into what happened yesterday, because I have pretty much ended how I think in this Portal Baby theory of the elites need an army for the end times. They are working on Chimera as well. We know that. I think you're going to start seeing all of the weird cryptids and weird animals that were part of these armies. Because, you see the weird paintings and weird stuff of them riding dragons and riding these mystical beasts. That stuff exists in this other place, too. They're working on a lot of stuff. And when it happens, it will be, that's why this soft disclosure, that's why this fantasy world that they're putting out in movies and media is so heavy right now.
I'm going to tell you something with what you've brought up and what I'm working on. I think we might be on the front lines of the counter to the deception of what's going to be laid out very soon. I think what we are connecting, good job, Eric. I think what we are connecting dots to is going to be the front lines to the opposing force of what is going to be rolled out to be accepted.
Absolutely.
And I don't say that lightly because I don't think I'm that special. But for whatever reason,
God uses broken instruments all the time.
For whatever reason.
Then why isn't he using Justin more? Because he's working on spare parts.
Exactly.
This is something that I believe wholehearted. Let me put it this way. This is something that is going to challenge almost every single human being's perspective, no matter where you come from in life. And I believe that it is going to, it is going to be something that will make or break you. But I think it's going to make a lot of people because of the information that is going to be thrown out there to the world. There's going to need to be a counter to that, a counter understanding to that. And I think that this is going to be that because we're literally saying the same thing that is going to be said, only from the different perspective. I know that's like way coded, but I hope people understand that. I really, really believe what this story is and what we're working on with what you're talking about, with what I'm doing. I wholeheartedly believe in it. And it does not, what we were talking about last night, guys, like it doesn't change one iota of my foundation in my faith at all.
Strengthens it for me.
Way much, very much strengthens. It's going to shake some Christians because they're going to come at it in the wrong light with the wrong lenses. But if they can just shift their lenses their perspective a little bit and understand they are spiritual beings living in a supernatural world. If they can get that through their head, that their faith is not just going to church on a Sunday and drinking lattes in the lobby, that this is for real. And if you start reading that Old Testament of yours, don't worry about what I'm talking about. Just read the Old Testament and you start taking it for what it says. Then when you come to the table of what we're going to be pitching, you're going to be like, oh, it's all going to fall in line together. I really believe that. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, we're always open to being wrong. I'm telling you, there's been so much that's lined up with this.
Yeah.
And I think we want to shift gears into more confirmation of getting closer to the truth. What happened to all of us, every single one of us at this table had weird stuff happen.
Including Christian over there.
Yes. Had stuff happen yesterday on the way here, later, leading up to us getting to this table right now. I remember Eric saying at one point to me, like, I feel like something's like trying to hold me back from getting there.
So I think with this transition, what we should do is have Joel, Justin, and Jay talk about what they saw coming down here. And then Eric say what he saw, because he saw a little more than what you guys saw. And then we can go from there.
Sure.
So go ahead, Justin, since you've been quiet this last 4 hours.
I know people are going to think I don't talk.
Yeah. Boy talks.
Yeah, that's quite the opposite.
All the time.
He
This is
never
just-
shuts up.
It's a little more out of my normal wheelhouse. But so we were at the Lexington exit. And everybody will know I love the organic UFO stuff, so we make jokes about it all the time. But we're at the Lexington exit. I had just woke Jay up. Jay had been sleeping for like an hour because we were just switched off drivers and stuff. But I'm like, I want to show you where Crypticon is, because we're going next month.
I'm going to try to meet you there.
Yeah, it's going to be a ball.
I know.
But I'm just
You coming, Eric?
I want to do that.
Okay.
But I'm just like, I want to show Jay. So I wake up. He's like, yep, there's Crypticon. And did you see it first or did I see it first? Yeah. It's pure blue sky. Nothing out there. Besides this one little cloud. And I think Jay made the joke, well, there's your mushroom disguising as a cloud. I'm like, nope, that's the manta ray. But it was weird because it's like, it was just out of nowhere. And then we dropped it. It's gone. Stopped talking about it instantly. Just, out of our heads. So that was that experience for us.
Yeah, it's wild.
And the only reason why we're even talking about clouds is because of what happened with Eric. So go ahead, Joel, and talk about what you saw.
So I left around the same time everybody else did. Well, I'll say, Justin and Jay left earlier than all of us because they drove a little further. I left. I'm only like a little over 4 hours away, so I was going to get here first. It was inevitable. I'm driving down probably about 2 hours in, and I look up at the sky, and there's just one cloud. It struck me as odd because I'm looking around, and there's no other clouds to the left, right, nothing at all. And now we talked about this today, and I told Christian about this earlier, and I didn't know if I told you about this yet, Tony. When you asked us all to draw what we saw without looking at each other.
Yeah.
We all drew the same thing. And I want to make that clear to everybody that's listening. We all drew the same cloud. When you lined them all up and you showed us and you're like, oh man, they all look the same. There was one difference with mine than everyone else's. Mine was upside down. It was the same cloud, but it was upside down. So the rounded piece that to me looked very crisp, it even looked like it kind of came out of the cloud a little bit, almost in that typical UFO shape, but then the top was where you would normally see the bottom of the cloud. And I remember thinking that was weird. When I saw it, it kind of looks like in my mind, like just your typical cloud. Not that clouds are upside down. Clouds can look any kind of way. But it was weird to me that the bottom was so crisp and clean. Like, I don't know, like it was man-made or whatever. Just, it didn't look like a cloud.
Like it was designed.
Like it was designed. Thank you. But that came up today, and I told Christian, he's like, what? And then I told Justin that too. I was like, I saw what you guys saw. But what was funny is I drew it upside down. When I handed it to you, you lined them all up where they were all looking the same direction. And they all looked the same. But mine was actually upside down. So when I saw what they saw, it was in a different position.
That's interesting. So what you're saying is what you saw was in a different position, but when I lined everything up, because I didn't see what everybody saw, I looked at it and I saw everything the same, and I turned yours technically upside down from what you saw because it matched that way to everybody else.
Well, I never told you. I just handed it to you.
Right. That's interesting. That's really interesting.
So that was, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the other thing is, you seen it 2 hours before us.
Before them. Because I was in the zone where they were at 2 hours before.
Mm-hmm.
They're crossing around the same area while I'm already here.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing, though. Nothing in the sky but this one cloud. But this time, it's flipped. But it's the same cloud in the same space above them.
Which is interesting that that's the case, because it actually shows activity leading into Eric's experience.
Yep.
Because Eric's experience had a lot of activity. Little freak.
All right. So you're going to hear a lot from me here. So bear with me. And there's a lot of components to this. So I'm going to start with my son was supposed to be able to make this trip with me. It wasn't up until about the middle of the week, maybe Tuesday, where he wasn't able to get the day off Friday, which was my travel day down here. So I gave him the option. I was like, dude, if you want, he's got a 2-hour drive to get to me. If you want to come with me, I will wait for you. I will forgo staying at the Airbnb on Friday night. We'll leave in the middle of the night. We'll get down there in time to do the recording. Because he's into all this stuff as much as I am. And he got sick. And he didn't have any time off of work. So he had to work this whole week while being sick. And I finally said, dude, just when you get out of work, get to the house, you stay there, take care of the dogs, and I'll make the trek myself. Because the goal was to have somebody split a 7.5 to 8 hour drive on the way down here. So that's one component that didn't really even hit me until today. So I left the house, South Bend, Indiana. I left the house at 10:10 a.m. Eastern time. I drove to a local gas station. I filled up. I grabbed a couple of Red Bulls, and I hit the road. I immediately get a phone call from Joel. I believe it was, I looked at my phone, I think it was 10:23 that Joel calls me. We have a brief discussion. Hey, are you on the road? Yeah. What time's it saying you're going to be there? And my phone is saying that I should be here at about 7:05 to 7:15, somewhere around there, PM Eastern time. So, I'm making the drive. Everything's going good. And I'm looking at, an 8-hour drive. Couple of stops for gas. No big shakes. Well, I get through Indiana. And I'm a fairly bright guy. I don't remember being in the area of Indianapolis, and I'm going alongside of it. I'm not going through the middle of it, but I'm going alongside of it. And then I find myself in Kentucky. Now, I'm not saying I don't remember how I got there. That's not what I'm getting at. But it just kind of came up kind of quick. There's a couple of phone calls back and forth. I think you called me once more. I talked to Jay and Jason, or Jay and Justin at some point. Jason.
I'm going to get you tonight.
So they pinpoint me at this traffic holdup, which on my GPS is showing like 22 minutes that it's going to slow me down. And you guys, so Joel went through that area, and I can remember I'm sitting very near the water tower in Lexington, right? Joel has been there 2 hours before you guys were.
Mm-hmm.
You guys were there literally 2 hours. Holy shit. Joel, what did I tell you? When we were sitting out in the front and they were doing their thing with the cryptids, what did I tell you? What number did I tell you was going to be 222? Give me a minute here.
Elevator music cued.
222. 2 hours before, 2 hours before. 2. Okay, so the story behind that is there were a couple of people who knew where I was going and ultimately why I was coming down here. Why all of us were coming down here. And I was extremely forthright about what the discussion was going to be about. And why? Because of all the electronic interference. And I think we all had agreed upon before we got to this point that there was something of a spiritual nature going on. So one person in particular that I'm very close with, who lives in California, she sends me a text message while you're in your group with the Cryptids of the Corn here earlier before this podcast, recording your deal. And she sends me 222. She says it'll become apparent. It just became apparent. I can show you the text. I'm not bullshitting you.
He did say this. So this is something that we talked about out before, where you guys were recording earlier for Cryptids episode coming up. By the way, it's going to be dope. But yes, we did talk about it. He brought it up to me and said that this was texting me. This is said it's going to be apparent what this means.
And, I mean, bear with me, folks, here, because I'm going to pull that text up because she also included a... It's right there, dude. 222. There was no explanation to it. It just came up 222. Then she sends this guide as far as what the numbers mean. 222. Stop worrying. Everything is working out just as it was supposed to. Trust that you are on the right path, the right place, the right time. Trust in what you want. Don't think of things you don't want when you see this number. I don't know what the hell that means. Anyway, so I'm at the water tower in Lexington on the highway, and traffic has slowed to a stop. And I am just kind of grooving. I'm not listening to music. I'm not listening to podcasts. I am in my head and just kind of, I don't get a lot of time to just kind of zone out.
Exist.
And I'm looking out the window, and I'm looking out my driver's side window, and it is just the most serene blue sky. Not a freaking cloud in the sky. I'm looking out my driver's side window, and I'm looking across my windshield, and there's the water tower, and I look, and there's this cloud. It's a little cloud. I mean, in the vastness of the sky, this was like...
Agreed. Justin and I...
This is like a little cotton ball.
Yes.
It's like a little cotton ball, you know, way up there.
And again, this is a cloud, theoretically, that was seen by everybody, but 2 hours apart individually. Justin, 2 hours later. Joel, 2 hours later. You.
And I'm watching this cloud, and I was like, in my head, I'm making up this like little allegory story that it's like, oh, the poor little bastard got left behind. You know, everybody else, he's looking for
Some
the rest
Bob Ross stuff. Happy little cloud.
He's looking for the rest of his family. Where'd they all go? And, you know, I mean, I'm sitting there and traffic's not moving, and I go back to it, and it's still there. And it doesn't seem, I remember looking at the trees off to the left-hand side, and the leaves were moving. You know, there was some wind moving.
Yeah, it was a windy day.
And I look back, and that cloud is still there. And it struck me just in its uniqueness that it's the only thing in the sky there. And as I'm watching it, it starts to change. And it's like not morphing. It's just like a natural wisping of the cloud. And it kind of starts to get similar to what Joel said. It starts to get a tail that kind of comes off of the left-hand side of the cloud and starts to kind of sweep underneath it in an arcing fashion. But it continues. And a part of it breaks off. And the only thing I can really associate it, you know, like maybe a tadpole, but in my head, I was thinking of the yin and yang symbol. You know, how the shape of the two little tadpole looking things interconnect.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like one of those broke away from the cloud, and it moved in a counterclockwise direction underneath to the bottom of the cloud. But as it's doing it, there's another coming out. And it continued to go in a counterclockwise direction. And then the remaining part of the cloud turns into the same shape. So I'm sitting there, and I'm now looking at what was one little cotton ball of a cloud. And now it's something kind of reminiscent of the recycling logo, you know, where it has but they're shaped like a tadpole or, you know, a short-tailed sperm. You know, I mean, it was like a bulbous head with a thin tail at the end. And I was like, what the hell am I seeing here? You know, and I'm not saying it was a UFO. I'm not saying it was, I don't know what the hell it was. All I know is that it made three distinctive shapes that were all reminiscent of each other. Now, they were not perfect shapes. There were jagged edges around them. They were not perfect. It was still cloudish looking material that took on this shape. So, I mean, it was weird. And traffic starts moving again. And, you know, I ran into 5 different traffic jams, each one of them in the neighborhood of 20, 22, 25 minutes long. Mm-hmm. You know, some of them were dead stops. Some of them were just very slow. And
bless you.
Excuse me.
So I'm like, I find myself, I'm like 4 hours into the trip, and someone, this person that sent me the 222, sent me a text message as well saying, for whatever reason, I'm getting this, don't let your car get below half tank. So I get to Buc-ee's truck stop, and I pull in to get gas. I'm just barely under a half tank. I pull in at 7 o'clock on the dot. I was supposed to be
here at
about 7:15, 7:30.
You texted 7:12.
You know, so I'm thinking I'm close. I fill up with gas. I'm like bizarrely looking at how huge this gas station was. I've never seen so many rows of gas pumps in my life. I pull around after I fill up. I run into the store. I go to the bathroom. I grab a brisket sandwich off of the counter. I pay for it. I get in the car. I pull around to the side of the building. I wolf it down in no time flat. And then I'm back on the road. This is where things start really getting ramped up. So I got another traffic jam. I think there were 5 in total on the way down. I get to around 7:30. Somebody else that knew that I was on the road, somebody that I'm good friends with who is in Louisiana, another person who knew where I was going and why I was going there. I had been having a conversation at times. I shouldn't say this, but I was texting. There was a phone call just before I pulled into the gas station, and I checked my phone log, and that ended at 7 o'clock. Once I got back on, I got a phone call from the same person, and I went to answer it, and my phone would not react to the touch of my finger to answer the call. And then it came through again, another call, same person. My phone would not answer. I could not get my finger to react. I was using different fingers and it was not reacting to answer that call, to slide it over to answer the call. She calls a third time. Can't answer the call. And I sent a text that said, I'm okay. And then I get a text from Tony that says, hey, tell your listeners I'm not your, not your what go-between or something.
I sent a picture of it and I said, tell your friends I'm not your middleman fetch boy sucker.
And I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? And then the phone's ringing and it's Joel. And Joel tells me that, hey, are you okay? Because somebody's messaging Tony through his Instagram that you...
Did you see that, Joel, on my Instagram?
I did.
Okay. All right.
That Erica went off the grid. And then you read me the message, but this person says that...
She says, check on Eric. The last time I heard from him, he was pulling into a Buc-ee's in Kentucky. Time loss phenomenon has been directly linked to Buc-ee's truck stops.
And I'm like, what in the hell are you talking about? And then I end up getting a hold of you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I throw a name out to you and you're like, yeah, that's her. And I'm like, I tried to answer. I don't think I said this to you, but I'm thinking to myself, I tried to answer those calls. I even sent a text message that I was okay because knowing that, I didn't answer those calls. And I had said we would start talking again after I got back on the road. Then I get a message from a listener who is out in Oregon, of all places, a couple thousand miles away. And, I still got, now I'm looking at, closer to 8:30, 8:45, 9 o'clock before I'm getting here. And, it's hitting me that it's taken a long time, But I'm thinking, well, I've had some traffic jams, but it's like, it still only adds up to 20, 40, 60, like maybe an hour and a half at the most, even with the 2 gas stops. And that doesn't make sense. That 7:15 puts me in at 8:45. And so she says, can I call you? And I said, sure. I still got a ways to go and I'm tired of not talking to anybody. So her call, I can answer. And we started having a conversation. And while I'm talking to her, she says, this SLS ghost app that I have on my phone just opened up while I'm talking to you for no reason. And the phone rings. Another line coming through, and it's Joel. And I said, hey, listen, dear, I gotta take this call because it's people that are waiting on me. So I answered over to Joel. And Joel's like, dude,
what are you doing?
Stuff is starting to ramp up here already. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, the power just went out at the Airbnb. And he's like, Jason, or God, now I'm doing it.
We do like you, Justin. We do like you. We care about you.
Justin went outside, and it's not the whole neighborhood. It's just the Airbnb and 3 houses around it, directly beside it. The power's out.
Which we'll get to here in a minute, what happened on our end with that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to let him go into the significance of the power outage at the Airbnb. So I'm on the road. I'm talking to this woman. I had to hang up with her. Joe calls, and we got this weirdness going on. I don't realize that during the call with Joel, that woman in Oregon sends me a text message. And the text message was, let me find it here.
Jeez, Eric, be prepared, man. Like, we're recording. What the heck? Dead air? Now I got to do sarcastic talking while you freaking look on your phone.
says something to the extent of that after she got off the phone with me, she opened that app and scanned her room with the SLS. And it showed a green stick figure standing in front of her in her room. And she felt the need to tell me that she felt that it was there because of me, or for me, is what she said. For me.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So, Joel, you talk about why the power going out was so significant.
Did we hold on a second? Are we going to talk about maybe I'm missing it. Maybe we did reference it. The idea of the time significance here.
I think you should tell that before I get to this.
All right. So the power is out at the Airbnb. I'm getting phone calls from multiple people. I got a woman in Oregon who's telling me that a ghost app opened up on her phone while she was talking to me and feels the need to relay to me that the message is that ghost was there for me. I managed to get a message to the friend in Louisiana that I was okay, and I was now looking at 9:34 as an arrival time. So I pull in, I have a conversation with you, and I'm about 10 minutes away from the Airbnb. You tell me you're going to be there. Tony tells me he's going to be there like minutes after I am. I pull into the driveway of the Airbnb, and everybody comes out to meet me and tells me that like seconds before I pulled into the driveway, the power came back on. And, you know, I realized that I'm running late, right? But it wasn't until you came in and we had, what did we talk for 3.5, 4 hours?
I mean, we left. Christian, what time did we leave? Like 2:30 in the morning?
You know, and I told you, or I told somebody that I didn't lay my head down till like 3:30 because we all went out and sat in the hot tub after you left. And I was trying to decompress on this, but one of the last things that you said before you left, because I kept saying that, I was a couple hours late. It didn't dawn on me until you said it that the time I left South Bend was essentially 10:30 in the morning, and I rolled in at 9:34. That was 11 hours that it took me to do an 8-hour trip with 2 stops. I didn't stop for food at any other place. I got my food at the gas stations that I was at. And those 2 gas station stops, including taking a whiz, total between the 2 of them could not have taken more than 30 minutes. Could not have. I don't have any recollection of not knowing where I'm at. I didn't make any turns that, I had a detour and, go a half hour out of the way before I could get back onto the highway. It was a simple drive. My GPS was working the whole time. And I'm on the road for 11 hours to make an 8-hour drive.
Makes perfect sense.
And people are reaching out from 2 other states that know me in a capacity that is not like somebody that I live with or a family member or something like that. It's all just freaking bizarre. And then, I find out during the phone call with Joel why there's a significance to the power outage, but I'm going to go ahead and let him tell you what it was.
Yeah, Justin and I will probably tell us together, so we'll definitely tell both our perspectives on this. So when I got in town earlier than everybody else, I went straight to the Airbnb, dropped most of my stuff off there. Christian and Tony were here at the studio, so I said, well, I'm going to roll through the studio and kind of map out today, which we're on right now, and just kind of hang out, whatever. So I have an important interview for Kill the Mockingbirds with L.A. Marzulli, and a lot of people know who L.A. Marzulli is, especially when it comes to Nephilim. He's an expert. He's, world-renowned. I'm excited, not only because, I've read L.A.'s books, but I wanted to talk to him about a specific subject and get into some things about my theories, and just ask him some questions that maybe it could help shed some light on what, I'm looking into as well. So pretty excited. Sean and I, we've had this book for a couple months now, and I'm going to go back to the Airbnb. I brought my equipment. Sean's in Michigan. He's not here.
Let me just jump in real quick, because I knew from a previous conversation that you were going to do an interview while you were at the Airbnb. And I knew that you were going to be going on at 8:00.
Correct.
So that I knew that.
Right. So I leave here about 7 from Tony and Christian. And I told them, hey, I got this interview. Tony's like, hey, maybe we'll stop by later and hang out with you guys. I was like, cool. I was like, it's probably about an hour. I was like, it won't be a super long interview, but I want to talk about something specific with him that he's delved into that a lot of people don't ask him about. So I get back, I set up all my equipment. I'm kind of ready to go. It's not going to start till 8 though. So I hear Justin and Jay getting there probably about 30 minutes before
7:30.
About 7:30. So I pop out there, start talking to them. We're having a good time. We didn't talk about anything deep. We were just like, hey, how you doing? Hot tub's going to be nice later. The normal BS that people do. And Jay had to go to the restroom. And let's just say it's the sit down version. So he had to go to the restroom. Yeah. And Justin and I are having a conversation right outside of the door to my room. Now, my room's got a sitting area, study area as well. It's like 2 rooms.
Mm-hmm.
So the significance of that is I've got it set up in the one room for me to do the interview. Everything's set up. It's ready to go. I'm not having any issues. Internet connectability's fine. I already talked to Sean. He's ready to go. I'm talking to Justin, and we're nearing up on about 7:58.
Mm-hmm.
And
that is a significant number.
It is significant. I look at Justin and I say, man, I'm really excited about tomorrow. I've got all of my stuff laid out for this Portal Baby interview. I can't wait to talk to LA in a little bit. I'm going to have him delve into the angelic wars on Mars. And maybe I'm going to have some more things to add to my interview tomorrow. As soon as those words go out of my mouth, power shuts down just in the 4 houses, the house we're in and 3 other houses, just in the small little zone, because the houses directly across the street did not lose power. None of those houses did. There's tons of houses. If you walk out,
it was fine.
Huge cul-de-sac full of houses. Houses, if you look the other way, still have their lights on. Just shut down. So, oh my God, like, of course, like, what is going on? So Justin starts looking at me. He's like, oh my God, here we go again.
Thanks, Joel.
He did say that.
Go sleep in the car.
Yeah, he did say he's going to sleep in the car.
Oh, man.
Now, this is significant because Jay is still sitting down in the bathroom, not knowing what's going on in the dark, by the way. So, oddly enough, the internet was still on at that moment. Even you mentioned it. This is weird.
I was like, yeah, it's super weird because it's still flashing green. It's it's fine. And it was very odd to me that everything else was without power, including things on that outlet, and it was still going. It was still going good.
So I'm like, well, I'm just going to try to do this interview in the dark. I turn the flashlight on my phone to give myself a little light, and I open up, my laptop. I get into Riverside FM. Immediately jump in. There's LA. There's Sean. And I start talking. Sean starts talking to me. LA can't hear either of us. Now, this is significant because Sean is in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
It would make sense if LA couldn't hear me because I'm having technical issues. Sean's not having any technical issues at all. But we can hear LA, but he can't hear us at all. And he keeps going, I can't hear you. What's going on? While that's happening, the internet then shuts down. So now I'm like, what is going on here? So I jump out. I'm like, the internet's now. I don't even know what to do. So then I'm like, all right, I'm going to go to like plan C. I'm going to use the hotspot on my phone and try to link up to that. At least I have some sort of internet service because the phone's working fine. 5G is fine. So I hook up the hotspot. I'll link back in. There's LA. There's Sean. Same thing. He can't hear us. He hears us in a muffled, like we're screaming down a tunnel.
I'm in the other room and I can hear you yelling to talk to him.
Correct.
LA.
Yeah.
And why are you yelling at me, son?
So he's super nice, and he sees it's not working out. We all see it's not working out. Sean's talking to me like we're talking right here. We see each other. We're talking to each other. We can hear each other perfectly. Sean's like, man, I don't know what's going on. And you can just see LA looking around, and he's like, I can hear you. It's like you're screaming down a hallway. So I start yelling louder, and I'm apologizing. I'm like, look, man, I'm going to be honest with you. This is like the 4th time in a row that something's happened when I'm dealing with this stuff. So LA, without even blinking, just kind of looks at me. He's like, yeah, it's kind of normal when you're dealing with this stuff. He's like, I've had it happen a good bit. So he's had this happen because this is the subject matter he deals with all the time. I mean, he deals with Nephilim all the time. Matter of fact, he told me that National Geographic has come out with a documentary disproving giants. That's one of them. History Channel, whatever. I could be wrong, but of which network that did it. But he brought that up, and he kind of went on a rant about free speech, which I was loving. And then he's like, look, just hit me up. We'll try to reschedule next week. I'm disappointed because I'm wanting to get some of this before I come in here today. But with all that happening, he gets off, and I'm talking to Sean still. I'm like, Sean, like, what's going on? And I'm on the hotspot talking to him like everything's fine. And he's like, man, I don't know. Even Sean's shaking his head at this point because he knows all the stories leading up to it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, man, I would say that this is BS if I was on the outside, if it didn't happen to me too. He's like, it doesn't make sense that that he can't hear me too because everything's fine on my end. It's been fine. But he said as soon as I got in, he couldn't hear me either. So he was already having technical issues, which was really, really weird. So I get out of there. I go to Justin. I'm going to let Justin pick it up because
Jason,
got a hold of the people that ran the Airbnb because they're not there to find out what's going on. This is when we found out it was 4 houses and a little more detail.
Yeah, no, I got a hold of them. And I mean, that's pretty much it. It's like, they're like, well, we're not here. We have a house sitter upstairs. That poor girl. Because it's pitch black. There's strange men in the bottom part of the house screaming about Nephilim.
I didn't know there was a girl upstairs. Yes. Poor thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm sure she was not having a good night.
Well, and I'm screaming too, like I do, because now I'm getting jacked again.
Oh, yeah. So
told y'all the Nephilim, baby.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I was like, when everything shut down in here and we found out, and you were like pissed off, and I was jumping up and down. It was the same thing.
Yeah, I figured.
But yeah,
Justin's like, I just need to leave now.
Pretty much. But anyway, so I got a hold of them. They're like, we don't understand, so I walked outside, and it was literally the house to the right, house to the left, and the house behind, and everybody else had power, and it was just getting weird. And then they stopped getting my messages. My phone was probably messed up. But it was just weird. It was just instantly, once you started talking about that, the power went out. And Jay, though, has a special thing at the same time. What happened at home?
You give him the mic.
My power went out at home in Ohio.
Yeah.
At what time?
8:00 is what I was told.
Literally got a text saying at 8:00, hey, power was out at the house.
So I'm going to go back to the significance of 758 with Joel getting ready to go on with LA. I went back and looked at my call log, and the woman from Oregon that I was speaking with that had the Ghost app open up and have a figure standing in front of her, that call ended at 7:58. Her text message to me that there was a figure standing in front of her came minutes after that.
So in that 7:58 to 8:00, Jay's got power shut down back in Ohio. The power shuts down on us right when I'm talking to him. Listen, we didn't say a word about Nephilim or portal babies or grays or meat sacks at all. Before then, we were talking about just very vanilla conversation.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, laughing it up.
Mm-hmm.
It's when that happened. And then multitude of things happen on all fronts.
And then somebody over 2,000 miles away has a Ghost app that recognizes that there's some, it's an app on a phone. Is it legitimate technology? Who the hell knows? But the weirdness of that happening at the same time that power goes out while talking about the same things that we've been talking about forever with the whole reason we're here. And then Jay's got the same issue happen at 8:00, and I roll in at 9:30, and you basically bring the attention to the fact that it took me 11 hours to make an 8-hour drive.
Yeah, I was doing some math. I was like, wait a second.
That's not adding.
So I didn't tell you guys what happened to me at 8:00.
Shut up.
Nothing. But no, dude, the things did happen to me at the house.
So let's get into that.
Do you want to get into that?
Yeah, let's go. You and Christian, by the way.
Yeah, Christian, come on over here and steal, I guess.
Oh, at the Airbnb.
Yeah, you can steal
at the Airbnb.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say that something happened to you at the house, at your house.
No, nothing happens at my house. I'm like straight up protected. I'm untouchable, essentially. I believe that. So we're at the Airbnb, and we were already settled in. We had some Bigfoot brownies, but
Normal Bigfoot brownies.
Yeah,
not special.
We made sure they weren't spiked. But we're chopping it up and having a good time and getting to know each other, because this is my first time actually in person meeting Cryptids of the Corn and Eric. And I don't remember how we got on the topic, but the as it often does with me, when I'm in a group of friends, conversation turns deep. Usually, it usually does. And Eric, you brought up something and you questioned something, and like I could feel myself. I was like,
be honest. You can talk about what it was.
Well, no, I don't remember. I don't remember how it came all together. You know, like you brought something up.
It was basically about me and my questions as far as your Christian belief and how steadfast you are, and we had reached the agreement that I believed in God and I believed in Christ, and my belief that my belief is the same as yours, but you went on to talk about how the foundation was built and all that. So.
I didn't remember how it all came up, but I could feel myself gearing up, because what you were saying, I was like I had strong opinions about.
And it wasn't anything disrespectful.
No. It's literally
it was a spirited conversation.
Yeah, it's literally the foundation of the Christian faith, and people overcomplicate things. It's literally, are you Christian? Well, what is a qualifier to be a Christian? That you believe in your heart and confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord, Son of God. What does that entail? And you go, and we went into it, right? But I could feel myself getting like a little vamped up inside. I was like, okay, here we go. This can get long. And at that moment, out of the corner of my eye, left side, I saw, well, actually, see, this is where I have a hard time saying this part, because I just, hindsight, I just don't know, because it happened all so fast. But in the moment, I felt I know what I saw, but I think I also felt something touch the back of my neck, like sweep by the back of my neck. And at that very same moment, I did see out of the corner of my eye something white moving in the direction of my line of sight, not out, and towards Eric. And then it was just instantaneous. Boom. It wasn't like slow. It happened very fast. And I was like, what the heck?
He literally jumped. He was kind of in a slouched over position, leaning against the arm of the couch. And, it was late. We were all tired, and you literally popped up.
Yeah.
And you were rubbing your hand on your neck, and you were like, what the hell was that?
Yeah. And so at that moment, you and I are having this conversation. Joel's drifting between our conversation. No, you were engaged in this conversation, actually, Joel. But Cryptid boys and Christian were having their own conversation in the same room. So there's two different loud conversations going. And I kind of popped up, and I was like, what the heck? And you guys are having your conversation, and you acknowledged, but like it was just like, whatever. Because like in these in these kind of moments when that kind of stuff happens, I tend to just be like, meh, whatever. I had a freaking dog man walking in my house, and I was like, ready to go to bed, babe? Like literally straight up, that's what happened. So like we carry on our conversation, and from there it got very deep. That was like right when I was about to start ripping in. It got deep for hours, but in that process, I don't know how it all kind of came together for Christian and the Cryptid boys, because at some point we're all in the same conversation, and I wasn't focused on you guys, but I do remember hearing Justin going, I'm like, oh, Justin's agreeing with my perspectives. That's cool, but then we brought it up again, and that's when Christian chimed in.
I said, you saw that too. I saw it before you.
Mm-hmm.
There's that couch, that seat that was closest to the door when you come in. And it was pushed behind the back of the couch to where if I'm, 45 degrees trying to keep an eye on both conversations, my left eye can see the space behind that couch. I know that in the corner of my left eye, I saw left to right something white. I told you it looked like it was the size of a golf ball. It was obviously lit, and it just moves left to right, and it was too fast for me to see if it went room to room, if it was obviously somewhere past you, but you said something about seeing something. And
I remember when I reacted at first, you were looking at me, but then we just never talked about it. So you went back to your conversation.
I didn't know what happened.
Yeah.
I saw you get up and I was like, oh, Tony doesn't like bugs. There's a bug on him.
Yeah. I don't know. That's true.
And then later you were like, I don't know what I saw. And I go, was it right there? And you said it was the exact same place that I saw it.
Mm-hmm. And then you said, was it white? And I was
white?
like, yes, it was white.
Something just touched my hand.
Really?
And this is after. Ooh. 3 weeks ago.
When? I literally looked to see if Jay had, because they're all touchy-feely.
Whoa.
I thought it felt like a finger run across the. Sorry, Christian.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
I'm just so happy that Tony finally had an experience because, Joel, you and I saw something in Kentucky. Tony felt completely left out.
We were just in Indiana together.
We were just in Indiana. In Illinois, driving back at midnight, 1 o'clock.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
We end up seeing this really bright white light that keeps flashing. And it's
from ground to sky, not from the sky to ground. There was a light that covered probably at least a half a mile from ground to sky, beaming up. I kid you not. Yeah. And that's going to be significant in the new podcast.
Very significant. And we were in someone's trailer. And so there were 3 people. You don't have to know who they are. There were 3 people, a couple and their friend. In the middle of this interview, the friend's looking down this hallway. And he goes, am I crazy or do you guys have a shadow person in here? I'm like, okay, we've been talking about weird stuff all night. They're making themselves see things. But this couple, they go, oh yeah, we had to rebuke something last Sunday. We got the oil out. We got the sage out. And that's weird. I've never had that happen in an interview. Still not, fully believing it yet. A few minutes later, you see this cartoonish hand. I think Devin, sorry, I think, you can edit out his name, but I think the couple's friend and I both saw this movement. And to me, also saw it out of the corner of my left eye, looked exactly like a hand. And it was just 2D against the wall, gliding down like that. Wasn't scary. Wasn't freaky at all. I didn't know what I was seeing at the time. And then the friend goes, did you see that too? We get up with night vision cameras. Of course, Tony didn't see it.
No,
and he's begging to have an experience. And so I'm like a proud dad that he finally got. He talks to all these people with crazy stories and he finally gets to have some experience. It's not insane.
I think there's a level of deafness that comes along with what I do. Just because I hear so many stories that it's just I'm not sensitive to this kind of stuff in a sense that it's just I hear crazy stuff. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it's all about, but for sure that happened at the Airbnb, whatever it was, Christian saw, and it went same direction, same location, and it went right towards E-Rock. And I don't know what that's about. I don't know if it went into you and you're possessed right now. I'm just kidding. I knew it. Give me that anointing oil again. By the way, let the record show. I mean, we're not done totally yet, but let the record show that we did. So my good friend Derek, give a shout out to Derek. He came down from New York to Tennessee with his family for vacation a few weeks back, and he came over here. And his dad's a pastor, and he's highly involved in the ministry there, Pentecostals, and clearly after what I'm about to say. And he walked around my entire office and anointed it and oiled the doorways, the equipment. And the one thing he forgot to anoint was the internet router. And literally, like that week doing an interview, I had like internet failure for that router. And he's like, we didn't anoint the router. And so, I obviously had anointed the router. But today I took the same bottle he left with me and I anointed the equipment today. And the way he explained to me, and I grew up Pentecostal, but I just didn't really understand that whole anointing stuff. And I've been in church where anointing the oil on the forehead and all that stuff, right? But he's like, there's nothing special about the oil. He's like, it's more, it's like the act of faith. Like
it's a physical representation.
It's a physical thing of just saying, Lord, this right here, protect this. And so I was like, yeah, let's do it. And so I anointed the doorways. I anointed the equipment, even the computer out in the other room that I wasn't going to be using for this. I was like, I just anointed it all. And so I got the, and so far everything's been working pretty cool, which is cool.
Yeah, man. It actually, we rolled through this and we're able to hit all the stuff that I wanted to hit for sure. And I'm really glad you guys are a part of this. It was really cool being able to get everybody involved leading up to this point. And honestly, I don't think the work's done. I think we're just getting started with where all this is going and what we're going to learn going forward. I feel like I'm just scratching the surface. And I do believe what you said, Tony, too, about being on the front lines, and certain people are geared for that.
I know you're going to have a hard time believing this, but I have questions.
What? You?
I have questions.
About what?
Why the need to delay me?
I don't know.
Because when you boil it all down, something transpired that I couldn't get around. There's no good reason why I should have been as late as I was. Even if you take into the consideration 5 traffic stops at
time slip, Jay,
over 20 minutes apiece, that still only accounts for half of the time that I was late. There's still another roughly 90 minutes that really isn't accounted for. And I don't have any periods of time that I don't feel that I was present in what I was doing as far as driving or, I mean, I was surprised when I was in Kentucky. I was like, oh shit, how did that happen? How did I get around the side of Indianapolis without realizing I was beside Indianapolis? And I could have just been zoned out driving, understood. But by that with an hour left to go, I honestly felt that there was something at play that was delaying my arrival.
So here's the thing, and I don't know. And what I say, just take it for just an immediate, in the moment thought. I'm already here. I'm in Tennessee. My studio's in Tennessee. I'm operating here. You guys are coming to me.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like if something wanted to stop, it seems like I don't necessarily believe what I'm about to say totally, but if something wanted to stop you guys or stop this from happening, it would make sense that you guys would have these experiences and not I'm already here.
Right.
The gear's already here. Mics are already set up here. That said, the reason why I said what I just said about not necessarily believing it at all is because I am really leaning towards this idea that this technology failure, I get a sense, and I could be wrong, but I get a sense that this isn't as much of something trying to pull the plug on our machines to stop us from talking as much as we're talking about something that's drawing attention from these things. And we might be, by merely talking about it, bringing their presence into our presence. And we know that people talk about, my batteries are drained when these entities, these ghosts are coming in. My camera battery is full and all of a sudden it's drained. Well, what happened at the Airbnb? The lights go out 4 houses around you, not the whole block, just 4 houses. It's like something came and drained the energy, you know? And I just have this thought that maybe it's more of, I mean, maybe it's both. I don't know. But I just had this feeling that like we shouldn't overlook the fact that like a biblical term being a light on a hill, right? Mm-hmm. So like what we're talking about maybe is turning on that lighter in the middle of a dark room. And in that dark room is a bunch of creepy crawly things, and you turn on that light and it's everything, they all just turn and look at you and they're like, oh, there you are. And you know, and I don't know. I just I don't want to necessarily get boxed in with the idea that something is trying to stop this as much. It may be, but also it might be just we're attracting their presence by talking about it. And
I'm going to agree with you on the fact that I don't think I think this is a pay attention. This isn't a let's shut it down. This is a pay attention. So I got to go back to something I said during Joel's
monologue,
which is, are we dealing with something that is of the light and they are trying to either stop us because we are not speaking correctly? If we are we putting something out there that is incorrect? Are we dealing with something of the light that is interrupting us so that it draws attention to, hey, you need to listen to these guys because what they're saying is true? Or are we dealing with something on a negative side that is saying, we don't want this out?
Given what I know.
Or are we dealing with something on a negative side that is saying, let's draw attention to this because what they're saying is going to lead people away from what we're really doing?
All that stuff is plausible.
You know, I mean, I got questions, and I'm not asking you to answer them.
For sure.
These are the things I'm putting out because whoever's listening to this, if you're a
it's their job to make up their own mind.
Yeah.
And that's what we've said millions of times. It's the listener's job to hear the rhetoric nonsense that we're spewing for the last 4 hours, and you decide what you want to believe, if any of it. It's not my job to make you believe anything. That said, given what I know, not what I think, what I know, what he just said tonight matches up with a lot of things that I know is true. And so whether that's good or bad that he's talking about it, I don't know. All I know is there's a lot of things that he said tonight. A lot of stuff actually I learned tonight, especially when he's talking about Enoch. When he's talking about
glorifying
when he's talking about Nephilim armies, other worlds, portal babies, baby. This is, I'm telling you, there is a war going on right now. It is something that I think exists in time and outside of time. It's happened, it's happening, and it will happen. And there's a reason why these things are being built up, because I think we're about to see the grand finale. It's about to get real nuts. I really believe that. That's why I said earlier, I think we're on the front lines. I don't know why I have the information I have. I don't know why Joel and I were brought together by Mark for his music. Shout out to Mark. But this stuff is just,
I think you got to take that one step further. And my last question, among all the ones that I have not gotten answered, is why this ragtag group of freaking goofballs?
No.
What's the significance of that?
I've been asking that for 6 years, bro.
Is there a significance to the people that are in this room? Or is it only a significance to the topic that we're talking about?
I have no idea.
Hey, David was pretty little and crappy when he rolled up on Goliath.
Okay,
too.
I'm 5'9", dude. I'm not that small.
What?
Oh, sorry. I thought somebody was taking a shot at me being short.
No. Read your Bible, bro. No, I have no idea, dude. Like, seriously, like, I mean, I've been asking this similar question in the vein for 6 years. Like, trucker turned podcaster, failed at most things I've ever tried in my life, and no idea why God told me that this was going to happen before it happened. I don't know how all this happened. I have no idea. I just did stuff and it worked. And that's why I believe that I didn't do anything. I think God built this for whatever reason. I have no idea. And I'm just as dope that has a podcast that people, for whatever reason, like listening to. And here we are. Here we are.
Here we are.
End scene. No, I was kidding. I mean, maybe we could end there. That'd be here we are. But no, I just, I don't know, guys. To be honest with you, it's after midnight and I'm really tired and I'm having a really hard time focusing and talking. Jay's been falling asleep since we hit record. And so let's wrap it up because this has gotten really long. And if people made it this far, congratulations. Before we get out of here, let's just do a round table real quick. Who we are, wherever they can find us, and then we'll wrap it up, okay? Justin, go ahead. I'll start. I'm Tony Merkel of the Confessionals podcast. Every Tuesday we put out a show. Check it out if you want. Go ahead, Justin.
Justin, Cryptids of the Corn podcast. Put out a show every Monday, Wednesday. Find us on all podcast platforms. Good.
Eric Szilagyi, uNcomfortable podcast. You can hear me anywhere you listen to the Confessionals, anywhere you listen to the Cryptids of the Corn, anywhere you listen to Kill the Mockingbirds. I'm freaking tired, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Joel Thomas, one half of Kill the Mockingbirds. You can find us on any platform. I also do music, if you didn't already know that from Tony telling you earlier. You can find me at Joel Thomas on any platform as well. And you can just really find everything from the link tree, which is /Van Tesla Music. Super easy.
All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. This has been a different type of episode. It's been all over the place. I know people are going to have more questions than answers. And trust me, we're in the same boat with you on that one. And until next week, stay safe, take care, and remember, the truth will set you free. But first, it'll piss you off. Bye.
Away from enemies, from revenge, be near. To avenge my peers, I confess my sins right here. When a pelican swim and the great whites fly. Aboard Noah's Ark and enjoy that ride. But the matrix don't care, we enjoy Cloud 9. 6'3" Nicola, no order particularly. DeLorean dreams of the crack cell. But we know the crack gon' sell. So if it's a variable, don't work well. I wasn't here when Reagan was a cartel. Push a bar, do I rap, do I sing, do I preach? I don't know. Do I lack anything via love? No, I don't. But we gotta be a warrior too. Cause that's just what warriors do. You pretentiousness. Decades is vintage, new Babylon built on contentiousness. Clash on the road to Rome, where gladiators are broken, but ain't no breaking us all. Yeah, they just wanna take the air in, call it down, load the air, step forth the chopper. I'm a rebel like here, double helix intervenings with Jesus. I'm a chimera, looking at these golden years flying by fair false. They cutting it off for the food too. Analytics they used to recruit you. War's opinion they set on your son's zoo. They don't want the individual, just a carbon copy. True spitting that manicotti, yeah, I'm talking saucy. All they wanna build is a prison world full of pet Tamagotchis. Living kamikaze, got me out of body like I'm Goku SS3. They wanna push me to the center like a cell. They wanna spin up at the center of the next is me. They want me to bow down, but I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. I will never bow down, 'cause I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. They want me to bow down, but I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. I will never bow down, 'cause I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. Baby, you cannot fool me with the eye. You get 'em every single time. I tell her shut up and dry. Baby, you cannot fool me with the eye. You get 'em every single time. I tell her shut up and dry.
Venture X from Capital One is the travel card for people always asking,
Where next?
you earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars, and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel, and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
It never dawned on me how much walking I used to do until I bought a house in the suburbs. Like when I'd say, I'm going for coffee, of course I was walking, but now it's like 3 miles and no latte's worth that. I find myself inviting people on walks with me like it's a scheduled activity. This morning, my neighbor asked me what I'm doing, and I actually said, I'm going for a walk with Nancy.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.